And we are live. What is going on, everybody? This is the Xbox 2 podcast, and I am one of your hosts, Randall Thor19, the man with the million. And with me, well, we got a huge panel today, but I got to introduce my co-host, and then we have some introductions to make. We have Jez Corden, managing editor of Windows Central, here as always. Started the whole Randall hipster stuff that's going on in chat, which I just can't believe, and is just making me so angry. What's going on, Jez?
Doing good, man. Doing good. I was on TV.
Yes, you were, and your mic actually worked. Yes.
Yes, it did. I'm an official celebrity now. So Rand, I might have to I'll take YouTube millions because I'm going to be a TV celebrity billions person.
Well,
soon.
it's good. We know we need to get you out there more so people can just fall in love with Jez Corden. But this is a bigger show. We did our own, me and Jez, regular podcast on Tuesday. I figured we needed to call in the reinforcements. We needed to call in the dream team. And I had to turn to my friends, and I tapped. How would this go? Introducing YouTube content creator extraordinaire, Todd Howard's favorite YouTuber.
That's actually Cold Eastwood.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say Cold Eastwood. What's going on?
Rand, Jez, and my best friends. Thank you for having me. I'm super excited. I'm just barely getting my voice back because we've been yelling that Xbox. So it's been really, really good. We're super excited.
Oh,
it's just the energy with the community has been great, and just seeing Xbox teams as well, like finally go, I think we're gonna be okay. We're really excited to talk about it today. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, great. I love it. Next up, we have the one and only maestro of the 6-hour podcast. Health is wealth, right? Indeed. Lord Cognito.
Yo, Xbox 2 and friends, the realm is here. The line has been held.
That is true.
We are here, and we are here. It's good to be here, man. You guys are one of my favorites, and obviously, finally, got a chance to meet both the Xbox 2 in person. My life is complete. Jez completed the cipher this, past weekend, and obviously, Rand, I met you before. Colt, Eric, Miles, I think you're the last one, right? Miles, we gotta
find a time to meet up, slam some burgers, and hang out in the real world. Hasn't happened yet.
Hasn't happened. We're gonna make that happen. Very close, though. Very close. Well, no, I'm glad to be here. It's an exciting time. I'm super pumped. When I got the call, you know what I mean. When Rand give you the call, y'all, you gotta come through. So I was like, all right, let's do it. We got a lot of good things to talk about. I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
And last but not least, we got the dumper himself.
Damn you!
The one and only.
To hell. Right?
I've been waiting all this whole time to introduce you as the dumper, the one and only Miles Dompier of IGN and Windows Central fame.
What is going on? I am so stoked to be here. This is a group of some of my favorite people to talk video games about in general. I don't want to start off all sappy and cheesy, but everyone here has been such an important, supportive part of my kind of journey into the gaming space. From Jez bringing me onto Windows Central, Rand, Colt helping me establish my presence, Lord Cognito and crew inviting me onto the Iron Lords podcast early on. All of you guys have been just huge, amazing, supportive people, and it means a lot. And so I'm excited to share in all this energy. Xbox had 2 good shows. Xbox has video games to talk about. We get to have a podcast dedicated to video games, which if you've been following the Xbox podcast scene for a while, that hasn't always been the topic of conversation as of late. So I'm excited. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah. Paris is trolling you in chat, by the way. Shout out to Paris. He will be on he'll be on Xbox 2+1 on Tuesday. Ooh. So really looking forward to that. But I don't even feel like I need to host this because I'm surrounded by some of the greatest hosts in the Xbox podcast community. We got Cold Eastwood, host of the X&C podcast on Mondays. We got Lord Cognito, host of ILP on Sundays, as well as defining Duke, and Miles Dompier, the host of Xbox Chatter Days. I mean, you guys might as well do my job for me. I'm surrounded by greatness right now.
Like, man, I'm
Just a
great to
bunch
be
of
a guest
seasoned
today.
vets in the house, you know?
Yeah. Colt's like, where's the camera? What camera am I looking into? No camera, Colt.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I can't gaze into everybody's eyes and just, make love to the camera. I miss it.
Rand, I just, right before the show, I went and got a haircut because I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to be on a podcast. And I was like, oh yeah, this is the Xbox 2.
This is
Xbox
the no camera
cam.
podcast. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So before we get into it, we do got to do some shout outs for the Patreons. Jez, you have that ready to go? The wonderful people at patreon.com/XB2.
Yeah, I totally have that.
Yeah,
ready
you
to go,
you're
man.
totally all prepared. You know, I'll do it. I'll do it. Let me scroll up. I'll get it. All right, we got this.
It's the same as last week.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I'll do it. You want me to do them?
Yeah, go on, you do.
Okay. We have the grandest of Bip, Chris Parney, Starsman, Hey Blinken, the Bearded Tate, Sleets XZ, Army Dude 52C, Mr. Butterjeans, William Schumacher, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Tyler, Gunstar 75, Moronic Donkey 99, C Money, Mario Kart Madman on YouTube, Mockazilla, PS5, the new PS3 era, Randall Thor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Halo is the franchise playa, Katriox, Ricky Fallon, Bright Chunger 1, Jasper Shapp, Joseph Campbell, Ponybot, Worcester Sauce, Mr. Joanna Dark. Did I say that right finally? Mr. Joanna Dark, Justin Duell, Frank Mariano, PB Bro King, Justin Miller, Asa T and Madison, Untidy Tim, Grizzly Mofo OG, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Justin Sago, Andrew Courtney, Wagerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Tropey, Prof JJJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killer, Wolfgang KPZ, and Ralph Wiggum. Thank you guys for all your support on Patreon. If you haven't, make sure you drop your question in the Patreon thread about, we'll be answering those a little bit later. But I wanted to get as much time as possible with these guys because I know, not everybody wants to do a 4-hour, extended podcast. Colt Eastwood doesn't do those things. It's like, respect my time, damn it. And where do I invoice you for my appearance?
No, I've done plenty of long ones. I just don't always survive them.
Yeah, that is true. It is rough doing it. I mean, me Incognito know it's rough. After 4 hours, it's like, oh, your butt's starting to feel it a little bit. You
Bladder's about to burst.
Yeah, your bladder. So before I figured we'd get into everything, three of you were there. Cognito, Colt, and Jez. Can you tell me about the experience of being there this year and what it felt like? If it was different than the other times you've been around? And I know, Cog, you were saying that the execs, there was like an energy surrounding everything. I mean, Colt, do you want to go first and just briefly talk about your experience, about how Todd Howard sought you out and was like, "I love your videos,"
Yeah, I mean, Cog was there. He could be my witness. Yeah, we went to that mixer with, I don't know, there's like 50 plus people there that were from media and content creators and the execs at Xbox. And Cog and my wife and I were walking up, and I look over my shoulder and I'm like, "Hey, there's Todd." And my wife's like, "Well, let's go talk to him." I go, "Nah, I want to bug him right now." And Todd reaches out and grabs me by the arms, like, "Oh, Colt, come over here." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh,
I gotta interrupt you. It was so magical because I'm sitting there and I'm by the bar and I see Todd, God Howard goes up to Colt like, "I know you are. I love your videos." And I just looked over at Colt's wife and I'm like, "Isn't this magical?" You could just see the joy in Colt's face. Like he was radiating. It was an energy around my man. So I'm like, yo, this is so dope. Like there's nothing better than someone you respect, not only knowing who you are, but knighting you and you are official. You're the guy I watch. And I just see Colt. He just absorbed the energy. I was like, oh, this is dope. No one can take that away from you, bro. I seen it. It was super, super dope. Proud of you on that.
Yeah, and I look over my shoulder and Cog's doing the fist pump, like, "Go get it, Colt, go get it." And I was trying to keep my cool and I've met a couple of famous people in my life and I try, you have to, if you don't go crazy, they won't turn around and run away. And so I was just trying to be cool. I'm like, "Oh, hey, thanks, Todd." I'm trying to keep my composure. I go, "I really appreciate you guys and the work you do. And I've spent 1,000 hours playing in the worlds that your team builds, and you guys have so much talent. And he's like, well, and then he just turns it back on me with YouTube. He's like, I watch your videos, you watch a couple cult videos and you keep getting recommended. He's like, I really love what you've done with Starfield and how you've talked about the game and what you think's going to happen. And I was like,
you're like a puddle on the floor. Like, oh my God, Todd Howard knows me.
You can tell he was screaming inside. You can see it.
It was great. It was really fun. And, there's a lot we could talk about, but like I said in the beginning, like just the energy on like the PR and the marketing people and people like Greenberg and Phil, and they were just all really excited. They knew they had a really good show. And I even saw Greenberg after because Cog and I and friends, we went to the Summer Games Fest, the Keeley thing. Yeah. And afterwards, like Greenberg had a step, like a bounce in his step. Like he's like, they didn't land it at Summer Games Fest, and now we're really set up to have a really good show. I mean, that's what I got from like the energy from Greenberg after Summer Games Fest. So the whole week was just really good positivity, and Xbox has been down for a long time. And I would venture to say that Xbox has been down since 2017, where they've been just really struggling to gain ground with the gaming community and the world with all they have on offer and what they're trying to build. And this was finally that moment where Xbox said, we finally have stuff ready. We're going to show stuff. We're going to surprise you. And they did a really good job, barring a few things that we'll get into later in the show.
Excellent. Cog, how was your trip?
It was needed, man. It was needed. I mean, obviously, most of you already know I was going through some physical stuff. So it was a little bit in jeopardy to the last minute until I was like, okay, I could be okay on a plane for 6 to 8 hours. And now my healing process has started. So I get out there, shout out to Attic. We hit the ground running. And the cool thing was, like, again, it was the closest I felt to that old E3 energy where any venue you go to, you could potentially meet your favorite content creator or your favorite developer kind of energy. And obviously, Jez, I was so excited to meet him. You know what I mean? It's obviously Colt is the homie. We've seen each other so many times. And I want to shout out a couple of people, like, Risk It for the Biscuit was hilarious.
Yes.
Shout out Idle Sloth, Clobrill, Paris in the chat. I finally, after all these years, got a chance to meet Paris. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was so dope to get that connection going on. And obviously Xbox executives and things of that nature. But, for me, it was one of those things like we talked about, Rand, where it's like, I'm so used to the temper expectation energy during the Xbox One era. I was taken back like, hey, you guys are not ready. We want to know what you guys think after the show. Like, we want to get your opinion. That was the energy from every executive, to the point where I'm calming them down. Like, all right, I got you guys having a good show, but relax. Like, like they like, no, you're gonna get hype. And it was just so dope. So overall, being in the building, and then look, we gotta shout out my brother King David, because at the end of the day, it shows you the difference a month can make, right? You're coming off the CMA block, right? You're coming off Redfall situation. The energy's low. And let's be honest, coming into, the PlayStation Showcase, there was a lot of, energy.
No, please.
You know what I mean? Like, what's going to happen? And to see King before all of that say, because let's be honest, the talk was, Xbox is doomed. We got to get Phil out of here. Remember the talk prior to that?
It was like 2 weeks before or a week before.
It's interesting what a month can do. And my brother's like, we're not doing any of that. We're holding the line. He was here during the dark era. He brought us from the brink. And to see Greenie embrace that, and the community, and he wore the shirt and getting the hold the bro. It's the most magical thing I've ever seen, where the Xbox community came together, united, fearless, like we're here, and then to execute a great show. One of the best moments I've been a part of. So yeah, man, it was magical. For me, it was magical, and just to see everybody and have fun in that old school E3 camaraderie. But yeah. Great time, and I wish Rand could.
Yeah, you're also one of the few people to probably meet me and Jez in real life.
Yes,
you're in rare company. Hey, can we get a hold the line going on in chat? Since Cognito talked about, Jez, I mean, I know you kind of talked a little bit about being there, but what was it like finally being able to meet Colt and Cognito and everybody else in the Xbox community? Having people from Xbox 2 come up to you, because we all, we all think certain things about ourselves.
Wait,
like,
I gotta say,
dude.
I hugged Jez, and he probably was like, I don't want a hug from Colt, but I hugged him quite a few times.
No. I've become a hugger. Like, I remember the first time someone I knew from like the internet, like at a show. I think it was like, it must have been 2019. Someone came up and wanted to hug me, and like I was still kind of like, oh my god, sort of in disbelief of the idea that someone would recognize me from the internet. So I was really awkward about it then, but I honestly thought, like, I genuinely thought I would never go to LA again after the pandemic. I thought like that, there's not going to be any E3. My company's not going to pay to send me out, just for Xbox and stuff like that. So I'd sort of resigned myself to this idea that I'd probably never end up in America again, because I can't afford to self-fund a trip to LA. The plane tickets are crazy, but made it there. Not only did I make it, but my colleague Samuel Talbot made it as well. Shout out to him. Done some really good work covering the show.
Yeah.
And it was a very different experience to E3. Like, E3 is like all this chaos. You're going from meeting to meeting to meeting, like almost no time to meet anyone or hang out with anyone or say hello. But this was, for me at least, this was just one event and one meeting. It was way more fun in a way, being able to spend so much time with the community. And because like between 2019 and now, like all of us, everyone on this call, all of you guys, and the community sort of has all grown together. Like, we all know each other and everyone's really tight knit. Even the people who aren't really content creators, like who've gained like a following on Twitter, and this sort of friendship and this camaraderie that exists between Xbox fans is just so endearing and energizing and uplifting. So like, even though there was like, there were celebrities there, like, Greg Miller and stuff like that, and it's really cool to meet all those people, but it was just so amazing to just meet, community members who had attended FanFest, and they're not content creators or anything like that, but they have the same passion for gaming, and just so energizing, man. It was just so energizing. And obviously it helps that Xbox had a pretty good show.
Yeah, because it'd be we'd be talking a different tune if it was just like, oh, by the way, another 12 months, right? Like,
yeah, the 12 months thing is just over now. It really does feel like Xbox has turned a corner. But we'll get into that in a bit.
And yeah, then there was me and Miles watching at home, right?
Watching from the sidelines. Yeah. I know I'm a little disappointed. My workload was really heavy, but I seriously considered just saying screwing it and flying down, because I live in Washington State, so I'm not too far from California. I had folks like Jeff Grubb reach out about getting me on the Giant Bomb couch, and I was like, man, do I do it? Do I just say, hey, sorry, work, I ain't doing it because I'm gonna be in LA? So it was awesome seeing all the pictures of like Cog and Colt and Jez and Sarah Bond bringing Jez beans and like all these cool moments. Just there was so much like love and energy that you could feel. Even if you weren't there, you could see how excited everyone was. And that's kind of the beauty of these events coming back, because for a long time, the bulk of my time in games media has been during the pandemic and events weren't happening. So I went to the Game Awards this last year, and that was one of my first big in-person events, and you could feel it too. Everyone was just stoked to be there and stoked you get to meet people in person that you've talked to for years online. Like, I've talked to Cog for years online. We've never met in person. Paris, I know we have our fake online rivalry, but like one of the standout moments of the Game Awards was meeting Paris Lilly in person and actually getting to sit down and have a conversation. So it was great to see that. And again, Xbox had a really good show. Even if you weren't there, it was a moment where, there was the negative Nancys who were like, don't get excited about this show. Xbox can't deliver a great show. They never have and never will. So it was nice that they did. They really, truly did deliver 2 great shows. And we got to just be on the other side of that and just have this momentum shift back in Xbox's favor, because We've all been drowning in the ABK deal. We had to sit through Redfall's launch. We had to sit through 2022 and the lack of first-party games. So it was so great to see that all of that noise, all of that chaos just gone. And it was just video games and the people making video games and the people who love video games. And that was it. That was the first and foremost thing that we saw online. And for Xbox and the Xbox community, that's the energy all of us want to see more of.
Yeah, 100% agree. Let me get to these member chats before they disappear, because YouTube doesn't have a good way to store these. KS Mike, member for 27 months. Glad to have the awesome podcast to have friends with them, especially Dumper. Yeah, it's always good to have Dumper here. We have Joe Repco, a.k.a. Flame, member for 24 months. Is that my boss, Lord Cog? Oh, man, can't be messy this week. But God, what a week, y'all. Starfield, Fable, South of Midnight. I'm in love. Love y'all. And Sith Lord, member for 4 months. Oh, my God, look at all the cast of characters. Thank you, everyone, for holding the line. Thanks for keeping this amazing Father's Day weekend. Oh, that's right. It is Father's Day weekend, isn't it? I totally forgotten about that. Yeah. Well, now I remember. And it's my sister's birthday, I think, tomorrow as well. So we have Darge Knight in the super chat saying Randall Hipster. You see what you started, Jez? Really? Ugh. We have Kyle.
After Dumper, I don't feel bad at all, I got to say.
Kyle, he says, thanks, Jez, for the article. The petition now is 3,000 plus signatures, I think. Aramic LBT.
It's about localization.
Yeah, which is important. He says, they got me, Rand. The Starfield deep dive was too good. Just chilling with my controller and headset until my watch edition gets here September 1st. Timothy Strubble says, with the impending release of Starfield in a few months, has there been any word on the release of the modding tools for PC? I haven't heard much talk about the PC modding from Bethesda. I don't think they've talked about that at all yet.
He talked about it in Lex Friedman's interview. Yeah, like expected. I just don't know what would be there at launch for Starfield. Like, they might have some creator stuff you could buy, but I'm sure the community will get started right away creating things for the game.
Yeah. We have Spider-Man saying, Phil buying Bethesda to keep Sony from making Starfield exclusive to the PS5 is the most baller move in gaming history. Xbox 2 is the best. Thank you. And Carl, Tired Saturday podcast, Wired Friday show, Inspired, bring back the Thursday Xbox 2. Lol, good to hear you guys as always. Have a great weekend. And Phase 23 BKNY, this is directed right to Colt. Hey, Colt, did you cringe when they showed Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to Summer Games Fest as the big last reveal?
I 100% cringed into my seat. Front row, like right in front of Jeff Keighley. I went, oh, gosh, no.
No.
Yeah, I was like, he's like, the rumors are true. I'm like, are you kidding me, Jeff? I could tell you that game was coming 3 years ago.
The rumors
were true.
I was like, oh my, he was hyping that up. I was like, GTA 6? What you got, Jeff? What's going on? Nah, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth.
Final Fantasy 7 coming to PS4 and PS5.
Just PS5.
Man, there was some industry rumors that GTA 6 was going to be at the Xbox showcase. And I was like, really? That'd be crazy, but turned out not to be a thing.
I love it when Jez turned to me the day before and he goes, I hear there's going to be a hardware reveal at Xbox's show tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I believe it.
Really?
He did.
That turned out to be true, right?
Yep.
Moby says, I can't believe it. All my favorite content creators in one place. Absolutely enjoying the show. Thank you all for being here. Do us a big favor. Share the show out. Hit the like button. Come on, people. Hit the like button. It's free. There's a ton of you here, but not as many likes as how many people are watching. And make sure you subscribe as well. So let's delve into the showcase, because that's why everybody's here. I figured, you know what? I was on Infinite Umbra's show yesterday. Shout out to him, with a whole bunch of great people. Dirk Riggedy, Dealer Gaming, Everborn Saga showed up an hour late, making the fashionable late entrance as always. And, they say, hey, pick a game that was the one that, impressed you the most. So I figured we'd sort of steal that. And I'm going to throw this one to Colt, and we're all going to talk about it, because I know what Colt's probably going to say, and we're all going to have a lot to say about it. What was the thing that impressed you the most? The game that impressed you, when you think about the showcase, what's the one game that comes to mind above all others for you?
Okay, well, I mean, I would say the Starfield Direct really impressed me, but the one that really shook me and surprised me was Fable. Like it looks
Fable?
like a high-end movie, like CGI movie, and that was actual in-engine partial gameplay or segments of gameplay. And I'll say my bar was raised really high for what Playground Studios could do visually, because I mean I just know from what they've done with their engine in Forza Tech with Horizon. I did not expect them to go above and beyond, and for that game to look like that. I would thought it would look 2 times better than like the last Fables or Fable. What's it called? The one that got canceled? Fable Legends.
Fable Legends.
Legends.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of. Yeah. Anyway, that one looks kind of cool in its own way, but I expect them to go like a full 2 times jump from that. But they went far and beyond. That game looks really amazing, and like that whole segment where you're getting smashed by a boss, a giant, like. That one really shocked me and surprised me about how it looked. But of course, the Starfield Direct thing was just, I was on the edge of my seat for 46 minutes and I couldn't even blink.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, so I guess since you brought up Fable, we need to talk about it. The unbelievable Fable. The people out there thinking, that's just CGI. That's not real. Where's the gameplay? I was promised gameplay. Greenberg's lying through his teeth again. Outside of, then you got, Playground developers coming out there being like, hey, this is the biggest compliment in the world for you to give us for saying this doesn't look real. Miles, like, what was were you surprised they opened the show with it? And do you like the new look for Fable?
It was one of the few games I thought would open the show. I was torn whether it was going to be Avowed or Fable. Those were the 2 that seemed the most likely to open the show for me. And it was a really great moment because that trailer rules. I know people complain about the lack of traditional combat. They wanted the gameplay deep dive, but it is so hard to make a genuinely funny video game trailer. And they nailed it. They nailed the tone because a lot of us weren't sure if Fable was going to be dark and gritty now, if they're going to like do this stereotypical dark fantasy turn, but they showed it has light, it has humor. It was this really great mix of cinematics, in-engine, brief, really, really brief glimpses of gameplay, which I understand if that's a complaint for some people, but what they showed looks absolutely stunning. And as we've seen, the conversations after the reveal are, that ain't real. That isn't real. They lied. That wasn't supposed to be CGI. And you have all these people saying that it's not real. And like you said, Playground people from the animation team, from the lighting team have said, that's pretty much the biggest compliment you can give us, is to say that what we showed you isn't real because this was running on Xbox Series X. And so to get just a small taste of what that game could potentially look like, and I understand being skeptical because we've all had the big flashy CG trailers, especially Microsoft. They've historically been really bad about showing stuff that is not representative of the final game because it's CG or whatever the case might be. But after Playground sat there and had the Forza Horizon 5 moment where you think it's just a still image of the real world, and then the car drives by and you're like, holy shit! Like, as soon as they did that, and then they go on to say, oh yeah, and by the way, we rendered every cactus needle individually for every cactus in this game. You're like,
Miles about fainted when that happened. He was like,
they're out of control. I'm like, what? That is so unnecessary. That is so unnecessary, but I'm here for it. So given their pedigree, given their history, given their understanding of the tech, for me personally, I don't really have any reason to doubt that this is what Fable could look like in action. So yeah, that trailer was so good. Like, that set the tone in a big way. That got me perked up, Rand. Let me say, that got me real.
I can hear it in your voice. You sound excited as hell, bro.
Fable, baby, it's back. Let's go.
Fable's back. You know, I got to give a shout out to the Chad in chat, Idle Sloth, who always retweets all of our stuff.
Oh man,
who's always so supportive of what we do, even though sometimes he'll tweet out things we say and we're like, Sloth, don't do it, please. We don't want that information out there. But I was glad to see he got to meet everybody, and God, what a Chad, huh? Did you guys get to meet Sloth?
Sloth is there. He should change his name to Idle Suave. Sloth's got swag and style, man.
It
was awesome to meet him, though.
And he's so nice, and he's so funny, and he's like, when I met him at first, we were waiting to go into the Summer Games Fest, and it was super loud. And he came up to me, he's like, "Hey, Cole, I'm something," and I didn't hear him. And now he's in the chat. I didn't tell him the story while we were there, and I didn't catch who he said he was. And I just started talking to him. And then my wife comes over and hits me on the arm. She goes, "That's Idle Sloth." And I go, "What?" She goes, "Look at his shirt." I go, "I didn't even look at his shirt." And then I went over, I'm like, "Oh, hey, so what's up?" I felt so dumb, but we were all kind of like, Miles really nailed it. Like for those of us who've like really got into the gaming community and got into all this stuff with these podcasts and talking to people in chats, like now we can finally meet people again. And even now in the moment, I am so overwhelmed with meeting people in real life. And somebody like Idle Sloth, he's one of the very few people I have notifications on every tweet. I get a notification. My phone gets loaded with it. And it was just an honor to meet him. The guy is funny and he's super nice. And there's more stories to tell about Idle Sloth, but he's great. But anyway, shout out to him.
Shout out to Sloth. I had a similar experience, Cole, because when we were in the the YouTube theater before the Games Fest, I didn't know who he was, so he's talking to me, and I clearly feel like this person knows who I am, but I don't know who he is. So I felt terrible until I came back, and I'm like, wait a minute, I forgot who told me a pass, and oh yeah, there's Sloth. I'm like, wait a minute, I was talking to that guy. He's Sloth. He's amazing. And yeah, same experience. Like we just chilling, talking, having a good time. Really cool dude. Shout out to Sloth, man. Definitely one of the positive experiences and cool people to meet during the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll throw it to you, Cog.
Yo.
Fable. How you feeling, bro? How you feeling about that game? How you feel about Xbox Playground Games dropping this trailer out of them teasing it as well, like weeks up to release? Like you knew something was different. They're like, they don't do this type of stuff. What are you thinking about it?
They set the tone because the confidence to basically hint and preview that it's going to be there. And remember the talk before that was like, calm down, Xbox, don't step on the rake, don't mess out the grubby grub, I love you. But everybody had that thing like, you better not tease all of this and not execute. And for them to set the tone with it, and like Colt was saying, the graphical fidelity, like I've always been preaching for Xbox, I want to see those hyper-realistic style games sometimes just to get that energy and that crowd that loves that stuff and appreciation for it. I love the tone of it. The humor was kept intact. And for me, listen, it's all about my brother Attic. There was no bigger fan, probably next to Maddie. I co-host with two people that are literally the biggest Fable fans. And his opinion means everything. Like Fable is very integral to him being an Xbox fan. So he's sitting next to me there and he's quiet, Rand. So I'm like, oh no, that he's because I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh my God, this looks amazing. You know what I'm saying? And like Miles was saying, I caught, even though it was small, I caught the snippets of the gameplay. Sword behind, the protagonist, her back. She's walking, the fireball, the clanging of the swords. I caught that. I'm like, oh, that's an engine. Playground is showing out, right? So while it's finished, I look over and I tap my brother Attic. I'm like, so how we doing? He looked over. He said, oh yeah. And I'm like, yeah.
We good.
Bro, Addict's hard to please. So I know when he loves something, he's extremely critical. And I'm like, just to see the joy in his face that he loved that, that it's kind of a darker tone, but still the whimsical. I think when the chicken was kicked, it kind of like relieved him. Everybody's like, oh yeah, that's Fable for sure. But shout out to Playground, because for them to pull this off so far is really going to be a testament to where they are now in the hierarchy of Xbox Game Studios, because this is a big ask and it feels like they are knocking it out of the park. But salute to them. Yeah, that was my feel in the building.
Yeah. Jez, you have anything to add? I know we talked a little bit about Tuesday.
Yeah.
You want to add some more?
It was the showcase was a bit weird for me because I didn't get to just sit there and watch it, right? I was on
you were working.
I was on 5th floor.
You were working.
Yeah,
Unlike
so
Colt and Cog sitting there enjoying it as fans, you're sitting there and you had to do work, right?
Colton Cogneo just chilling, while I was,
wearing that FanFest jersey.
Yeah. Like, so on the 5th floor of the building, there was like a press terrace, right, where they'd set up Wi-Fi and tables so you could put your laptops on it and stuff like that. And then TV screens, even though like the showcase was taking place behind us, you know, we had like these little TV screens to watch it on instead. So I might as well have just watched it from home in a way. But I just before the event though, I did sneak into the auditorium and I did see Phil Spencer, and that was like the only chance I got to speak to him basically for the whole few days. And I was like, you know, hey, how's it going? And Phil was just like, just watch what we open with, man. Just watch what we open with. And he was like, just so confident, and so I could just tell that he was really into what, you know, they were showing off, you know. So I was like, man, what are they going to show? And then like some security guards was like, no, you either got to take a seat or you got to go to the press room. So they basically kicked me out, and I was like, oh well, okay, fine. So kicked me out, and then Fable comes on the screen, and I was like, and instantly I heard Richard Ayoade's voice, and I was like, that was it for me. Like anyone who's British, and they just knew instantly that this game was going to be a hit because Richard is a national treasure in Britain. He's a legendary comedian, and if anyone watching this, if you want to get an idea of the kind of humor that we're going to get out of Fable with Richard's involvement, go and watch a TV show called The IT Crowd, UK sitcom. It's just hilarious. There's so many like memes from this show that end up on social media, but nobody knows what they're from. It's all from this IT Crowd show where it's just like a bunch of IT technicians in this soulless sort of corporation. But it's almost like comic book humor. It's kind of Scrubsy, you know, like Scrubs, larger than life kind of thing. It's ridiculous, it's hilarious, and it's the perfect casting. It's absolutely perfect casting. So I'm like, I'm on the record of being someone who doesn't really like comedic games oftentimes because I feel like the humor is super cringe. I think I said on the last show around that like stuff like Borderlands just cringe, doesn't land for me a lot of the time.
Cringe. Yeah,
but I think like clearly they're gonna try and really do this justice on the humor front, and they've spent the big bucks to do it.
You know, not to call cold out on this one, but when me and him were talking about the show, he didn't know that was an actual real person.
Yeah, I didn't at all.
I'm like, oh,
no, I have no idea.
That's a real comedian and from Britain. He's like, are you serious?
He's huge. He's huge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but I live in North America. Yeah, I had no idea. Yeah.
Well, he was actually in a Disney movie recently. Oh man, I can't remember what it's called now. It's one of those is it Soul or something like that?
Oh, the Pixar movie? It could be.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched that one.
Soul,
but could be
Soul something.
The one about music. Yeah, and I mean the friends that I've made.
Soul. Yeah,
the friends that I've made that are in the UK have really given me an appreciation. I think the British humor is freaking hilarious, and we don't really get that here. So I'm looking forward to like diving into Fable and how they're going to be sarcastic and snarky, and it looks great. This looks really great. I mean, there's more to talk about Fable. How deep are you going to dive into this? What everyone is upset about or loves?
I just wanted to know what people thought about it because for me personally, if they nail this game, they have to be considered one of the best studios in the world. Period. Right? Like they already make the best racing game in the world, despite what people online would say. Despite what my good friend Nicola would have you believe about Gran Turismo 7, right? Forza Horizon is the pinnacle. Love you, Nick, but Forza's better.
I love Nick Marseille as well. He was showing some really great VR footage, and I'm like, oh yeah, I mean that would be really nice too. Really, really nice.
But Forza Horizon is basically the standard now. It's the pinnacle. Nobody can touch it, right? And for them to be like, all right, we're going to build a second studio, and we're going to tackle an action RPG. Not only an action RPG, but we're actually going to bring back a beloved franchise as well. And there's a lot of expectations on it because you have to. Do you stay true to the roots? I mean, there's like a fart button and you kick chickens. Like, what do you bring over, right? Like, gaming and sensibilities and what people have changed a lot since Fable 3. So it's like, that's very difficult to do. And so now if you saw what it looked like, and if whenever it does come out, which, you know, I think it's probably 2025, more than likely,
Same.
If they nail that game, you got to bend the knee for Playground Games to be one of the best developers in the entire video game world, essentially. So that when I want, I'm like, yeah, that's great. I don't want to touch on the whole ugly woman, even though like they actually modeled it after an actress.
That's a real actress named Lily.
Yeah.
And yeah. Oh, we should say, because people are asking, will you get to make your own character? And those who know Fable know you start as a young boy or young girl, and I would assume this will carry over to the next game. So we don't know what the male model of the game looks like yet, but I mean, pick what you want to pick. So
Yeah.
I think that's how it's going to be, right, Rand?
I would assume there'd be some sort of character thing, yeah, for sure. But we don't know yet. We don't know much about the game outside of the fact that Playground Games devs were so excited to finally be able to show the game off. But Cog,
I have to admit something though.
Go ahead.
I was amongst the people that thought it was CGI.
Really?
Damn.
You were bamboozled, huh?
I was bamboozled. I was like, oh, I thought they weren't doing CGI. But I genuinely thought it was CGI. And I thought, well, okay, I suppose it's the reveal or whatever. Like maybe the first was just a teaser and now they've got a reveal. And I thought it was CGI. But like we did get like a glimpse of gameplay with that fireball they threw, which was actual in-engine, in-motion gameplay. That short little clip. So I'm pretty impressed. Well, stunningly impressed, and it clearly shows that Forza Tech is just a stunning.
Remember those rumors earlier in the year, you guys? Fable's switching to Unreal Engine 5, and they're starting over development. You remember that?
Who said that?
I remember.
Who said that?
I don't. It was a 4chan rumor that blew up online
my
because of
God.
our buddy Idle Sloth.
Yeah.
Idle Sloth put that out there, and it just blew up.
Sloth.
And everybody was like, "Is this real?" And everybody thought it was real because everybody's like, "Yeah, everything wrong with Xbox is true, right?" So of course, Fable's restarting development, and the Unreal Engine 5, and then you see the game here, and it's like, really? Come on. But, Cog, I gotta throw this one to you, and I know what it's gonna be, right? We talked about Fable. Would be the game that towered over all others for you in this 2-hour show. I know what it's going to be. I thought Colt would say it and talk about it, but I figured it'd be you as well. So
for me, this is my moment to talk my talk.
You talk it, bro.
So, Bethesda games are literally like the soundtrack to my gaming life. And, contrary to popular belief, there is an organic relationship from the OG Xbox. I had Morrowind, you know what I mean? And then you get to the 360 and you get Oblivion and obviously the greatness that is Skyrim and then Fallout. So when you see God Howard and the A-Team associated with something, there is a level of excitement. I think legit people forgot what the impact of his games have. Now, prior to this, if you want to say, hey, we really don't know about Starfield for people to be getting hyped up. Fair. But I counter with, look at the track record. Look at all these games you create. This person is owed the benefit of the doubt. And it's funny because prior to the show, I got a chance to speak with Todd, and I was just like, how you feeling? And he's like, man, I'm just so excited, for you guys to see what we have cooking. And then after the show, I got a chance to talk to him and Pete and just see the joy of the reception of how Starfield was received. And it got to the point where it was like, what can't this game do? I'm just blown away. And I think, Rand, you said it best in one of your videos. It was arguably the best presentation of a video game ever. You can make the argument and I'm a person that is extremely critical of Xbox in the past of, not showcasing their quote unquote bangers the correct way. We came from the Gears 5 era where we had the weird thing where they showed Kate's face but they didn't show like the game and they showed like the 3-player co-op mode. We're like, Xbox, what are you doing? We want to see the game. Like they've historically sometimes not showcased their flagships well, but to see this game show, and I know everyone, can talk about the frame rate thing, and I know we'll get into that. But for me, I've always felt like Todd was hinting that from the beginning. I want to analyze every cup. I want to, say, do all this stuff. So when I seen the scope of that, in my mind, I'm like, this 30 frames. I don't care what nobody say. I stood on that. I knew what it was going to be. But what it showed me is it didn't take away, once you got to the nitty gritty, the combat, which looked crazy way more improved, the systems, the for me personally, I believe it was 3 segments that really excited me. The melee builds, right? Running up on someone.
That would be you. Like, you know what? I work out. Look at my muscles. I'm going to beat everybody to death. That would be you.
Everybody down. And then, Jez, like, I don't know about you. I grew up with these games called Wing Commander. And they were like these kind of space dog fighting kind of thing. And I knew Starfield had it in the game, but to what extent? And to see, I forgot who the developer who said it was really cool. She was like, I'm the type of person, I like to, board everyone's ship, seize them, take everything, bro, like the things that this game, the sandwiches, like, bro, the thing that this game is doing on so many levels. Look, if you were to say that game is like didn't impress you, it's, in my opinion, it's because you just don't like that style of game, like the Western RPG and all the other stuff, and that's fine. But even the biggest detractor saw that game and was like, I am blown away by the scope and everything that's in it. And the only issue now is, okay, from an execution standpoint, we make sure the game is not technically fundamentally broken, right, or anything like that. But from what we saw, and the last thing I say, Jez said it best, the way they ended it with the kind of hint of supernatural and force powers. So we know they're not even giving us everything on the storyline. The scale of this game is tremendous. Shout out to God Howard. Put respect on his name. Put respect on Bethesda. Like the pressure they had. Think about the pressure they had to literally, this game was being like, if this game's not good, it's not going to save Xbox. That was the talk. Like, and they literally exceeded expectations. That is a mark of greatness, and we're going to put respect on this studio, and I'm super proud of that team. Literally, if you want to say grown man tears, that's as close as you're going to get from me, Rand. Bro, I was like, yo, they are showing. I tweeted live during the thing. I'm like, they're showing out right now. You can't walk away from that and not be impressed on some level. Like, so that's pretty much, I'm done bloviating, but it was a moment for me. And
dude, there was, I was totally blown away too, but like there was something in the IGN interview today with Todd Howard that I saw that was similarly mind blowing. And this is kind of like, it's kind of calls back to what you're saying, that some people just don't like the creation engine experience. Like people say, oh, it should be 60 frames per second, and it's like, well, the trade-offs of that is you don't get the interactivity, you don't get the sandwiches, man. You don't get the ability to loot all the sandwiches and put all the sandwiches on your ship. It's that kind of that sandbox physics overhead. That's why it's 30 frames per second. But and this, what Todd Howard said in this interview was sort of it illustrated that, because Todd was saying that he was on some random planet, and a ship of pirates landed, and he said ships can randomly land on planets, and stuff can happen. So he started fighting these pirates, and he boarded their ship, which had landed on the planet. And then as he was fighting through this ship, the ship started taking off. And then Todd, and he was like, wait, can this happen? Like, he didn't even know it could happen in his own engine. Wow. And then the ship, he ended up in space on this ship, like, in the middle of a firefight, That's creation engine. It's emergent systems that overlap on each other, that, like, no other game provides that kind of systemic emergent gameplay. It's kind of like, it's like Sea of Thieves on steroids and meth and cocaine and the rest of it all at once. If Sea of Thieves is like going for that sandbox stuff in Unreal Engine, I almost feel like maybe they should have put Sea of Thieves on the creation engine, but you probably wouldn't get the 60 frames or the water and that kind of stuff. But different engines do different things, right? And this is a Bethesda tried and tested, true sandbox RPG, the kind of game that only Bethesda can make. And you've seen like you say, you've seen major detractors and haters of Xbox really sort of go through the stages of grief. You know, some of the video clips I've seen from some of these people is just like they're tying themselves in knots to find things to hate about this. They're tying themselves in knots and doing all this mental gymnastics, and it's just like, just admit that you thought it was cool, man. It'd be so much easier than lying to yourself like this. And it's
well, this is the first time this is the first game we've seen this generation that goes above and beyond what we've been seeing for 8 years or 10 years. Like, we haven't seen a game, even Fallout 4 isn't quite as big as Starfield is. The only thing you can compare it back to is Skyrim, and it's been a decade since, it's been 12 years or something since we've seen something like that. And Starfield is so massive that even a modern powerful console can't do everything it does. Interactivity, persistence, items, and physics and lighting. It can't be done at full expected quality on a Series X because it is just so demanding. Everything, and you know, Digital Foundry did such a great job, a 45-minute breakdown, and I was listening to every word while they talked about it. But for many, many years, we've had the same type of experience across PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series consoles, where you get these open worlds or semi-open worlds where you can punch, kick, or shoot, and you can traverse over here, and there's limited loading screens. But it's kind of been a lot of the same stuff that we love that has been a trope of Generation 8 on the Xbox One and PS4. And PlayStation's had some really amazing looking games that have done really well and rated really well, but they've been building off that foundation of the PS4 and providing such a great, concise experience. Starfield is one of those games that it does nothing like you've ever seen before. Pete Hines told Ainsley and I, it's 5 games in one. It is so incredible what that team, you know, Pete doesn't work for Bethesda Softworks Studios. And he's like, it's amazing what they've done over there at that studio. Like, the game is just completely arresting. And this is a once in a generation game. And if the story or the experience is really good, it will do really well. And it'll probably be one of the 6 nominations for Game of the Year, which would be something really great for Xbox fans. But this is something we've never seen before in a long time. And there's the whole hyperbole about, oh, you know, because Jez says it well, like, people have to finally admit that this game looks really, really impressive. And I said after the showcase, there's no way someone can say Starfield looks meh or Starfield looks meh. And I just can't take that person seriously. You can not like a certain type of game, but we were talking pre-show about Diablo, and maybe somebody doesn't like that type of game. I can totally give it props for what it does and why it's such a great game and a great experience. And that's where people are right now. Starfield is a really big deal.
Yeah, let me speak on that.
Go ahead, Miles. Drop the knowledge.
Let me tell you how impactful this Starfield Direct was, as someone who wasn't aboard the Starfield hype train. I love Bethesda, but I'm a dork. I love me some horses. I love me some dragons.
And horror movies.
So you take those things away from me, and I say, oh man, that's not Oblivion. That's not Skyrim. Fallout 3, one of my favorite games of all time. I just, personal preference, have never been a huge fan of space RPGs. RPGs where you're on a ship in space historically haven't been my jam. So I was like, okay, you know, Starfield looks cool. I trust Bethesda. Like, I have no doubts that this is going to be a fantastic game. I just don't know if it's going to be a game for me. I walked away from that 45-minute Starfield Direct blown away. Just completely blown away by the scope, the scale, and the ambition of this project. And as someone who loves video games creation, regardless of it's in my wheelhouse or not, I'm not going to ignore the fundamental possibilities of Starfield. And to know that even with a 45-minute deep dive into this game, they're holding back features, they're holding back information, they're holding back all of the things you can do in this game. So I went from being lukewarm on Starfield to being just ready to play it day one, even as someone who isn't a huge fan of space games, as it were. So yeah, that showing was, you know, for anyone like me who was maybe on the fence, I think if that didn't sell you on Starfield, I don't think anything will. But yeah, for me, who was unsure about how Starfield would connect with me personally, yeah, Bethesda showed in a huge way. And we almost never, ever get gameplay deep dives that massive with a modern AAA game. it's inherently, the marketing machine doesn't usually benefit from that, from overshowing. So they usually don't. You get a little sizzle reel, you get some little chopped up pieces of gameplay, and then you say, here, pre-order it, all right? Pre-order it and figure it out if it's good for you. But Bethesda going the complete opposite direction, saying, all right, here's 45 minutes of this game, in addition to the 11 minutes we've shown you, in addition to all of these developer updates we've done. You know, we're proud of what we're bringing to the table. And so, again, even as someone who wasn't all aboard the hype train previously, now I'm in, baby. Let's go. Day one, Starfield. Let's get it.
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar reaction to the game, and even Colt's been trying to get me to play Fallout 4 for like ever at this point, right? Colt's like, come on, Rand, just play Fallout 4, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'll play it at some point. My love of the Bethesda stuff is like Elder Scrolls. I love Oblivion, I love Skyrim, and I haven't really jived too much with Fallout. So when people say like, oh, well, you're not really excited for Starfield because it's just Fallout in space, it's like, it's just the guns. I always kind of looked at it more like Skyrim in space, but I was always looking forward to it because anybody who listens to the show knows I'm a sci-fi nut, right? Love sci-fi books, love sci-fi movies, sci-fi games. So I'm like, yeah, I'm interested. But it wasn't like top 10, you know? It was always other games ahead of it. The one thing that this direct did for me was change that significantly, right? Whereas like Alan Wake 2 was number 1, you know, without a shadow of a doubt. But now it's like, I need Starfield and I need it immediately. To me, it almost seems too good to be true. Like, I know there's discussion going on in chat about Fable and whether or not that was gameplay or like a cinematic look at a gameplay angle or if it's CGI. And you always should have a healthy skepticism about whatever a company shows you. You should always be a tad skeptical because, hey, I remember what Watch Dogs looked like in 2012, the first time they showed it, versus what it looked like when we played it and stuff like that. Things tend to, you know, sometimes look better the first time you see it than the second time or third time, right? So it's always that. A good healthy amount of doubt is always well earned, right? And even with this, when I'm watching the Starfield Direct, I'm like, how is this real? How is this game this ambitious? It seems like this is the most ambitious game ever. And I'm like, could they really pull this off? And I'm thinking in my mind, like, well, Fallout 76 was awful to everybody who played it. I was like, all right, but it's like, this seems different. This seems like Microsoft and Bethesda are saying all this with their chest out, COG, right? They're basically saying, look what we have. We're 45-minute dive, and there's still even more stuff that we haven't even talked about. So
they put all their sandwiches on the table, right?
They did put all their sandwiches on the table. All the sandwiches everywhere. So it's like me, it's just like, holy crap, like, I am so absurdly hyped about the game right now. Will it live up to those expectations? I don't know. We'll see. Am I going to explore 1,000 planets? You're goddamn not. Hell no. I'm not exploring 1,000 planets. But you know what? I don't have to go to because I even said, what if you go on a planet that's boring and there's nothing there? Then leave. Don't go to that planet. There's so many to choose from. Like, most likely for me, I'll do the main story and I'll explore some bit and do all that sort of stuff. But like, what?
Bro. You won't explore 1,000 planets.
No, I ain't exploring that. And neither will you. You don't finish games.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but dude.
Whoa!
But I thought you
All
liked
right, let's kick Rand and Jez off the show and let's finish it with just the 3 of us.
Yeah.
I think those 1,000 planets are made for looking for certain minerals or different resources to go build or get parts to build up your ships and stuff like that. But I think there will be emergent moments on those planets that might be procedurally generated. Didn't Jeff Grubb just make you laugh when he said, for those of you who don't like procedurally generated planets, I think you're going to be disappointed at how they actually really form in the universe. But
that was a great tweet.
Yeah, I mean, I think for people who are wondering about the 1,000 planets, like, take your choice of, let's say, 10 planets out there in the middle of nowhere and pick one that has a really great view and say, this is where I'd like to build my little outpost and just have fun and maybe just get some cool shots and enjoy it there. Or I'm going to dip into 20 or 30 planets as I need different minerals, but I'm going to be doing most of my time on the 5 main planets that have the huge hub cities that are part of the main quest. Like, I don't know. That's all just gravy out there floating in space. I don't really think it's a problem. Some people might call it fluff, but that's just how it is, I guess.
Well, our buddy Hasdor over on Twitter, who is amazing. He sent me this DM of IGN went 1 hour hands-on with Starfield, and I figured I'd go over some of what they said. He said that Starfield gameplay was shown on the Series X, which I haven't watched the interview, but this is what Haz is saying. So if it's wrong, complain to Hasdor. So
I've heard this as well.
Starfield gameplay was shown on the Series X. The scale and scope is insane, and from what they showed at the Direct and they played, that absolutely comes across. People are going to be playing Starfield for years, of course. There's tons of background choices that can be changed. They didn't get to experience the story, but was running around doing other stuff. No multiplayer. Single player expansions are coming. On ship's gravity takes effects, making combat fun. The melee axe is fun. It feels like No Man's Sky 2 with Bethesda role-playing story game on top, like Fallout and Skyrim combined. Not sure there's non-human races in the game. Space combat is good. City feels like a mix of Oblivion and Mass Effect with tons of NPC and districts with subway. Handcrafted missions and location districts will take a lot of time for players, and feels incredible, deep, and game doesn't feel shallow. So that's from IGN, who got some hands-on. It's a thread that Hasdor, our buddy on Twitter, posted. So, I mean, this could be the real deal. This could be exactly what Xbox needed in this time, because I think...
Wait a minute, but they didn't make it, right?
Well, that's the other thing I want to, yeah, you know what, let's do it. It'd be messy.
We do have some controversy.
What's the controversy?
Miles, not that.
We still got to touch on frame rate, because Rand.
Oh, the frame rate stuff, sure. Okay,
ahead of Redfall's launch, you were DMing me. We were talking about.
Oh, here we go. Are you about to get messy? Are you about to get messy?
We're all friends here, so I'm not afraid to get a little messy.
Let's go.
I'm like, Rand, let's play Redfall together. And you said, no, I'm not playing Redfall because it's 30 FPS.
You're damn
right.
right.
Bro, you're not going to play a game because it's 30 FPS? And here we are, Rand, just a month later, and you're telling me that you're ready to get lost in Starfield. You're ready to spend hours of your life in Starfield, but it's 30 FPS, Rand. What changed?
You doing this to me on my own show, Miles?
I love you. That's why I'm doing this, okay?
30 FPS discussion. Yes, I did say that about Redfall. And I was planning on I was planning on not playing Redfall until the 60 FPS stuff. But Jez put a gameplay poll in for Patreon that won, and then didn't want to capture the footage himself.
What? I thought you played because you just wanted to be able to play with me. And hear how
no,
I
lied. I played. I was like, I have to play this. I have to.
Oh man!
I have to play
Rand's
this.
been caught in two lies.
No, what?
Rand
is getting put on blast.
And Rand told Colt that he wanted to play a game with his friend, but really he just had to play it for the footage. I'm so sorry, Colt.
That's not.
I know. I'm used to it. Rand uses me like a all the time. He just uses me and abuses me.
We only just spent like 5 hours in the party chat the other night, just me and you, just playing Diablo and doing whatever. But I use Colt all the time. No, Colt knew, because I was like, I'm going to play Redfall. You want to play with me? And Colt was like, why are you playing Redfall? You're not going to play it. Same thing Miles said.
That was probably our least enjoyable. We were not in a good mood that weekend.
Yeah, and I was like, well, no, because Jez put a poll and I lost, so I have to play this stupid game for the Patreon members, which the things I do for you guys, I love you all. So the difference is that Redfall was supposed to be 60. It was clear from the outset. It was marketed at 60. At 60 on the freaking box, Miles. They had to cover up for their shame.
No, it had a sticker on the box.
Yeah, so I was going to wait because I was perfectly happy playing Jedi Survivor, which came out a few days beforehand. I'm like, I'll wait to the 60 patch. I'd rather play it at 60. The difference here was from the very beginning, I was like, this game's going to be 30. It's going to be 30. That's what it's going to be. They never said it was going to be 60. And while I'm not happy that it's 30, that's the only way to, it's either play it at 30 or don't play it. So I'm not going to play it. So I'm going to play it, and it's going to be experienced at 30 frames on console because that's where I play. I play on console and I don't play on PC. So, I mean, if you think you try to caught me in something, Miles, you failed.
No. I love you. We were joking about that before the show and wanted to bring it up because I think what Starfield has the potential to do, much like Tears of the Kingdom, is if you put out a great game that the internet is talking about and everyone is just playing, that is the conversation. Like, but the conversation surrounding Tears of the Kingdom wasn't, frame rate or fidelity or microtransactions. Here's the game. Here's me making a bunch of dick robots. And that's what Starfield can be. Starfield can be that. Everyone's on Twitter just sharing their monstrosity rocket ships, sharing in the magic, sharing their hordes of sandwiches and other weird knickknacks. And that can be the dream, all right? Xbox just has a game that people are just talking about just the game. And we don't have to talk about...
You can even have a different experience on the same planet. Remember that?
Yeah, that was interesting.
There's magic. Xbox needs a moment like that where it's not about the platform noise. It's not about the technical noise. It's about the game, the fundamentals of the game. And Starfield could be that.
Well, can we talk about, like, we should briefly talk about why it's 30. Like, a lot of people are saying it's not next generation because Series X can't run it at 60, but that you got it backwards. Like, the game is above and beyond what the hardware can do right now. And Rand's been trying to convince me for months that this is the reality, that as developers push the envelope of what games can do and what they can be and how they can look, that they may not always run at 60, because up to this 3 years or 2.5 years, whatever it's been with the Series X and PS5, that we've had almost every game has been 60 except for a broken one like Gotham and a broken one like Redfall. But now Starfield is, according to Digital Foundry, and according to the video I tried to explain before their video came out, there are things that are happening in that world that are just far too intensive for the current hardware we have. And even if you've got a pretty great PC, you may be struggling to keep 60 frames on Starfield because there's so much persistence. You kill an enemy on planet Vulcan, you go back there 17 hours later, his body's still there if you wanted to loot the ammo that you left behind. Like, that's always being cached in the game engine, and it's only something that Creation Engine can do. And people keep trying to put this back on Xbox's power narrative. Aaron Greenberg says 60 FPS is the standard. That statement is 100% true. That's the standard. It doesn't mean it's every single time. That's not the definition. Starfield is going above and beyond in a true next generation game, but I don't think people are ready to see that, because I definitely wasn't ready to see, am I going to be playing 30 frames bangers on my $500 Series X?
We don't know. I mean, maybe that's what the future holds. I don't know.
I mean, say something about this, Rand. Like, you've been saying this is probably going to be the reality. You're not a tech guy.
Look, I'm just saying what history has always shown us the last couple generations is that developers will always choose, for the most part, visuals and effects over performance, and that there's really no data that suggests consumers actually care or want a performance mode, and that the people that do will play on PC. That what they want to do is they want to make their game the best looking thing possible, because gamers will throw a hissy fit when games don't look good. They just do, right? Like, they cry and complain when something doesn't look good. And it's sort of this, snake eating the tail type of thing. Games have to look better and better, and they have to have more things because gamers demand it. And if they don't, gamers will make fun of it. So, it's like, what do you do with all this new power that the new generation has? It's like, you're gonna crank up the effects. You're gonna crank up the how a game looks. And sometimes that might come at the expense of performance. And we only have a small sample size to look at. Gotham Knights, Plague's Tale, they were both 30 at launch. Redfall Flight Sim 30.
That's
Redfall
pretty much it.
Was supposed to be 60.
Much it. Like 3 or 4 games.
So it's one of those things where it's like, we don't know how and Richard Ledbetter wrote an article about this. I don't know what the future holds for that stuff. So I think playing in 60, I think, Cog, you would agree with me, because you left Destiny, your game, the game that you put so many hours in, you literally left console because you couldn't play Destiny anymore and played it on PC at 60 because playing a game at 60 feels better, right? It's better. It's better to play, or it feels better to play. So yeah, I don't know, but you know, does the 30 frames bother any of you guys? Does that make your decision? Are you going to be like, all right, well, I'm not going to play it on console. I'm going to play it on PC. Does it bother any of you?
Dude.
Nah, I'll jump in. I think for me, sorry. Okay, Jez, he's gonna jump in.
I was just gonna say, Filmic is back, baby.
Of course.
Yo, Jez, you know what's crazy? They actually
Yes.
said Filmic in the.
Yes.
They did say Filmic.
I actually caught that. No, it was funny. No, I was just gonna jump in. And to Rand's point, look, I've definitely been, team 60 FPS, and of course, I'm always gonna be disappointed if the target is not reached. The thing to me is what we have to realize is that sometimes as the hardcore gamer, we do live in an echo chamber. And what we have to realize is that with all these systems and the gameplay defining things that Starfield attempting to do on a scale and a scope level, that it definitely seems extremely CPU bound. So the reality is the current consoles may not be able to hit that target. That may be the reality. The thing comes down to is the hardcore circle saying, okay, we are going to take a stand. We're not going to play this type of a game. But when you see like a Tears of the Kingdom, like Miles was saying, and things that are gameplay defining to the masses, that really doesn't matter. And I thought what was kind of funny, I don't know if you guys caught, like Jaffe did something where I thought was kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
He was calling GameStops and asking the common guy behind the counter, what's their impression that Starfield is 30 frames per second? What's the energy you're hearing from people, the common guy that walks in, right? People either A, don't care, or B, don't realize, they don't know. So again, a lot of times it's the circle that we're in. Of course, as a hardcore game, I'm always going to push for 60. But at the same time, like, I am not going to deprive myself, honestly, of this experience. And I always tell gamers this. You always judge gamer when the time of the release, right? You judge them at the time. What do? Did we see people in masses say, yo, I'm not buying that Tears of the Kingdom. This is unstoppable. We saw the sales numbers, and we're seeing it right now with Starfield. I'm trying to get this the Constellation Edition. I'm being put on a MMO waiting queue to hope to get, the sales to get this thing purchased. You see the Steam sales. So gamers speak with their wallet. They talk a lot. But when it comes down to something that looks generation defining and you're seeing gameplay in a way that you've never seen it and maybe potentially pushing the genre forward, of course, Bethesda has to execute. We're not saying, they still have to land the plane here. But if they pull this off, that's what has everybody excited. And I think that ultimately at the end of the day, gameplay and fun is going to be king here. And that's how I looked at it. And you saw it in the results by how many people pre-ordered, the Steam sales, everything that's going on involved. Everyone wants to be a part of Starfield. So the impact hit.
Exactly. We saw, Xbox Series X sales increased by 1,500% or something wild on Amazon. So clearly there's energy surrounding Starfield. I'm of the camp that 60 FPS always feels better. 100% of the time, I would prefer a game to be 60 FPS. I'm also in this world where I'm a console heathen. I have a gaming PC. I could play games on PC, and I do, but I prefer to play on console. It's just where I want to be. And so you kind of have to live in this weird middle ground where we are having games like Starfield, like A Plague Tale, which did get a performance mode later on, that are the developers are opting to target specific things that make the game look better, and they are opting to choose those things above 60 FPS. And they are saying, hey, this was a decision on our part. This was a creative technical decision that we want 30 FPS. Is it a bummer that Starfield's not 60? For me, a little bit. But again, it's 30 FPS isn't going to make me not play a video game, especially a great video game, because at the end of the day, 60 FPS doesn't inherently make a game great. It can make an okay game feel better, but it's not going to take an okay game and make it a masterpiece. So I will play Starfield at 30 because I'm a console heathen, and that's my only option.
Yeah, that's true. Hargy Channy, shout out to you, member for 18 months. Damn, Cog, Colt, and Miles on Xbox 2. Hey, Jez, nice meeting you in LA. If only someone else actually came out as well. At Randall Thor 19, but not Miles. He didn't mention you because there's two of us.
Damn. You're getting bullied today, Rand.
I know. I am getting bullied. I am getting bullied. We have a $100 super chat from Face23BKNY. He says Zelda frame rate wasn't talked about because it's the Switch, old hardware. On a mobile chip Xbox bragged about power. That's the difference. All PlayStation first-party games this gen is performance mode and gives options to consumers. Xbox should do the same. I'm all for performance modes.
I think it is a fair criticism that Microsoft kind of set the expectation of 60 frames per second. But I'm sorry, right? You cannot compare like a flat games, I'll call them flat games, where nothing's interactive, like all the background and all the objects. Maybe they have like a breakable table which disappears after you've broken it or something like that. But you can't compare Creation Engine to like a Horizon Forbidden West. You can't compare it to Ghost of Tsushima or any of these kind of games, because they don't have the same overheads. They don't have the same requirements. They don't have to track objects. They don't have to track the connections of your ship modules and all this kind of stuff in real time, while also feeding in emergent gameplay stuff constantly, right? So I think it's valid and fair to criticize Xbox's messaging, but I think like when people bring up the Zelda thing, it's for me it's the hypocrisy. If you can enjoy Zelda at 30 frames per second from a pure gameplay perspective, why can't you enjoy Starfield from 30 frames per second as a pure gameplay perspective? You can be pissed off at the messaging, but to enjoy like Zelda at 30 frames per second, but then not enjoy Starfield at 30 frames per second for just because of a marketing messaging from like 3 or 4 years ago, that's a you problem. That's like a cognitive dissonance that you have to solve, you know? So that's my take on that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I would support what Jez said 100%. Like, we should be wondering why we're not getting performance mode, but it's 2 games right now. It's Redfall, which will have a performance mode, I think, in like 6 months post launch, which is wow, who cares? Too late. But Starfield, when Todd says, see that planet over there? That planet is casting its light across the galaxy onto your planet. Like, it was casting yellow light from the gas giant onto the ground. And Digital Foundry said, you can't do that with baked in lighting. You cannot expect to bake in lighting per area or environment across all these locations in the game at that scope and scale. So they choose to use global illumination, which is so far taxing on the game that's already GPU or CPU bound because of all of the persistence and objects and physics interaction. The things that some of these games, it's so hard for me to say this, guys, because it can sound like I'm taking a slight at PlayStation, but really for the most part, even Spider-Man 2 is in full blood a PS4 game that is taking full advantage of the SSD input output, so you can switch characters on the fly, like in the snap of fingers, instead of waiting 3 seconds like we did 10 years ago on GTA 5. So you have to remember that PlayStation has had some next-gen only titles, but they're really grounded in Gen 8 design criteria and scope. And Starfield truly is something that's far bigger and far more demanding. And even the Series X, and if it was on the PS5, it would be the exact same thing. And Bethesda Software, Todd Howard isn't doing this out of spite or malice. They don't want to compromise that interactivity and that persistence that makes those games feel so organic, because there's no other game. I'm sorry I'm on a soapbox, but there's no other game like a Bethesda RPG where you are fully invested in you can kill the adoring fan and his body will lay there on that rock. You cannot do that in most games. I would say almost every big game you play, if you try to kill a main NPC or a quest giving character, you'll just slap them and they won't do anything, or they'll run and go, oh! And then they'll come back and go, anyway, as I was saying, we need you to go to the Tashi's power station to get some power converters. It is
I know
far more. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a big deal.
What it is, and let's be honest, not to cut you for a second. What this has revealed is it has exposed a lot of people for not playing Bethesda games. I just got to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, because of what is going on and how the systems work. A lot of these games that we are loving on other platforms, whether we want to talk about Horizon, Ghost of Tsushima, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are a lot of the time hub-based games. And like Jez actually said, where very specific things are interactable, very specific, and you are limited in that scope to what you do. Thus, you can raise the graphical fidelity. Thus, you can have the hyper-realism because your scope of what you're doing and what you're able to interact with. We're not even talking about all the different dialogue systems, factions, and interaction with NPCs and alignments that you have in these type of games. People are exposing themselves for never playing Skyrim, Oblivion, or all these type of games because that's the level of interaction and interactability that you have. So I don't even get into that because a lot of it, honestly, let's be real, a lot of this is coming from a guise, you know what I'm saying, of not being genuine and having an issue with said game because it's not on the platform of your choice. And that's why I leave it. It's just a lot of disingenuous talk because people are not truly playing those games to understand the difference. It's just simple.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Can I just get like messy here for a second?
Please do. Dark Rand.
Now, me and Jez had predicted this 2 years ago that when Bethesda was acquired, that the talking points would be that Xbox had nothing to do with these games if they were good, and that Xbox had everything to do with them if they were bad. And I sort of feel like we're seeing that play out exactly in front of our eyes. Redfall came out, was not a good game. Critically lambasted, and everybody blamed Xbox for it, to the point where Phil Spencer looked like, you know, he when in the Kind of Funny interview, he looked like it was like the longest week of his life, right? And he took full responsibility for it. He even said, we wish we would have gotten to that team earlier to help him out. And everybody blamed Xbox for it. Like, oh, Xbox ruined Arcane, right? But now, on the flip side, you got Starfield, right? People blamed Xbox for the delays. Like, oh, Xbox can't stick to delays. They're always delaying stuff. They can't get their games out on time. Now the game looks like the delays did work. Like, you look at the trailer from last year compared to the trailer from this year, look at the gunplay, look at how the game actually looks, significantly better, because that's what a delay can do. Now, with the idea of, well, maybe Starfield's actually going to be the game a possible game of the generation, now people are like, well, Xbox had nothing to do with it, right? Nothing, right? But the thing is, of course they have something to do with it. They helped, right? In a way where they didn't help with Redfall, and they took all the blame for it, which deservedly so, because at the end of the day, everything from Bethesda is going to reflect on Xbox. Xbox essentially allowed Bethesda and Todd Howard all the time in the world to make this game as good as it possibly can be. Because otherwise, as we saw from the Giant Bomb interview, there was another release date before 11/11/22 when they acquired Bethesda that Starfield was supposed to be out at. Probably late 2021, because there were rumors, people were
Jeff
hearing,
Grubb said that,
like myself, that, hey, the game might be coming out fall 2021. It didn't, and we look like fools for saying that, right? And then it's like, okay, it's 11/22/22, but then it's like they went back to Todd. You sure? No, delay it again. So you finally get it here in September. It's like partnering with Xbox, being acquired by them, allowed them to make the best version of that game, where if they weren't, you would have had this game in 2021 or 2022, and it wouldn't have been the experience it should have been, right? Phil sent them the ATG group, Advanced Technology Group, to make that game, you know, as good as it possibly can be. So it's like, yeah, sure, they weren't there from the onset, from the conceptual stage, all that sort of stuff. But to deny that they had any influence on it is ridiculous, right? Of course they did. They allowed this to... How many millions and millions and millions of dollars did they have to sacrifice to be like, you know what? You don't need to release it in 2021. You don't need to release it in 2022. All the bad PR hits they had to take because they had to delay the game, and then it couldn't get it out by June because they did the 12-month thing, and to take even more bad hits and have more media outlets talk about Xbox can't deliver on their promises, right? All that sort of stuff. So yes, Xbox is involved, just like they're involved in most of their projects. So I always kind of just have to call bullshit on seeing this thing where it's like, hey, it's either you can't give credit or they get all the credit simply based on your narrative, right? So, yeah, I just had to talk about that. So
Yeah, because I think the reality is that, like you said, Starfield and Redfall would have been out a long time ago. They would have said, you know what? If Bethesda wasn't acquired, if Bethesda was independent, and we know this is part of the unfortunate business reality of game development, is it's expensive. And you spend 5 years or more putting time and energy into a game, and you need that money to come in so you can work on the next project. And eventually you get to this point where there isn't enough overlap. You don't have enough money coming in to pay for your next game, and then you're in serious financial trouble. And it sounds like the reality of Bethesda was that. They were coming to a point where that was the reality, and it was going to become unsustainable for that to just exist. And so you have to ship a game regardless of the state it's in. And so Xbox, as this big publisher with a lot of resources, they were likely the ones to empower these decisions, empower these delays, and like you said, send the advanced technology group, really put resources into this project to make sure that it comes out in the best state possible. Because let's be real, that is the promise of Xbox Game Studios. The reason that we are supposed to be okay with, the reason we're supposed to celebrate these acquisitions is because it is supposed to fundamentally mean that these teams are delivering the best games that they have ever made. They will have more resources and more tools to deliver games that are great. And that is the promise to us as players and to the teams that are joining. And so for me, Xbox needs to deliver on that. And we've seen tangible examples of that with Starfield, where they are investing resources and time and giving studios more time. And like you said, taking the hits. Phil Spencer coming out and taking the hits for Redfall was an important moment, because you can't just be like, oh, well, we didn't jump in there. But it's all Arcane's fault. That wasn't us. They're a separate thing, all right? Like, we own them, but they're a separate thing. No, that wasn't the conversation, because they are a separate entity technically, but they are part of the Xbox banner, and that comes with weight. Matt Booty's recent interview, where he talks about not preparing Arcane for the weight of first party, is incredibly apt. That was the speculation from a lot of us with Redfall and its launch, is that they didn't have deep enough conversations about what this means, what the state of the game was. And as we saw, that they were crucified for that game release. Arcane and Xbox were just absolutely ripped apart because of the weight, first off, when it comes to a big first party game, the fact that it was their first $70 game, and the fact that Arcane with Redfall didn't deliver what many would consider to be a high profile, high quality first party release. And so looking at the conversation surrounding Starfield, knowing that Xbox has had people from their in-house team working on Starfield for probably about a year at this point, if not more, makes me very optimistic about the future, because it's going to be a tough balance. We have ABK around the corner, but Xbox is going to have to make sure that they are empowering these teams, because that's fundamentally their goal. They don't need to be the ones creating the idea. Phil Spencer doesn't need to have a sketchbook of video games and he has all the fundamentals laid out and he says, all right, make this for me so I can take the credit for it. No, they just need to empower these teams to execute their ideas.
Well said, Miles. Well said. I do have to get some of these super chats and we'll talk next. So Miles, think about what game you want to talk about next, right? We're talking about Fable and we talked about Starfield at length. But we have here, Lede says, Fable would be better if it was American. Hashtag 1776. Stand tall and stand proud, Colt. Hashtag America. Hashtag freedom. From when you said you're American, so you didn't know who the guy was in Fable.
When I said I was American, I was
I'm American.
It's not a compliment.
I'm American.
only from one place.
Yeah.
I wish I was from everywhere.
Supernova says, Giant Bomb asked Matt Booty about the rest of the games they didn't show. Matt mentioned there's a Gamescom, TGA, and a showcase this year, early next year. Does he mean XO or direct, developer to direct? I mean, I think everybody here would probably say a developer direct, maybe early next year, same spot like the one we had this year. Maybe get a deeper look at Hellblade.
Was that January?
Yeah, that was January. January and 26th.
Wow, that went fast.
Yeah, it sure did. Right, but yeah, I would maybe expect something there. Thank you, Regulator, for the super chat. Achievement is People Can Fly working on the project Coalition was rumored to have canceled. Maybe they put it on the back burner until they found the right team. Jez, you have anything you want to say about that, or nah?
I've got no information on what People Can Fly is working on, but a lot of people are thinking, is it Gears? Is it Gears related? I've heard it's not Gears related. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
They'll announce it when they're ready. but it's what is it, $50 to $60 million? It's not really enough for a AAA game. So either it's a support contract, or they're making a smaller game that they've pitched and Microsoft liked, something like that. But it sounds a bit like Microsoft's thrown them a bone, because they announced again that Outriders still has yet to make money, which is crazy.
I did see that. Yeah, they still haven't made any royalties on it.
Yeah,
be interesting to see
I just need to be right back real quick, Rand. So
okay.
Keep the questions flowing.
Risk it for the biscuit. Todd said to me that's not even close to everything. Yeah, I heard that's the rumor. Ladae says thoughts on other first parties using Creation Engine. I doubt that's gonna happen. If anything, more teams will probably use Unreal. Maybe someone might use idTech or something, but I doubt anybody else will use Creation Engine. Zatanna says, what if Toril existed in Starfield? Second Coming says, I've never heard Jez this hyped. BT Maverick says, advance the line. Cog, please tell me you saw the spirit of the samurai. Lord Samurai yourself. Appreciate everyone, and thank you guys for all coming on Jez's show. The only one, BT Maverick.
Looks good. Great game. Looks good.
Yeah. Hush. When will we see the next Steam Deck? 2025? Who knows? Regulator, happy Friday to Rand Jez and the awesome panel. Wagerman, hey Xbox 5, it was a great seeing three of you this past weekend. I was talking to a lot of the Xbox execs about the fantastic deep dive into Starfield. Do you think they should do that for all first-party games, Colt? Do you think they should do that for all the first-party games?
Yes, I talked to marketing PR people, and they asked my opinion about where the fans are at and on the consistency or the frequency of Xbox showcasing things. And I said, I don't want to pretend like I'm giving a wish list, but I think personally, the people that I talk to on the podcasts and videos and everything, I think the fans would be really happy if you guys did a direct like you did in January, and then prepared for showcase in June, and then, by next January you had another direct that dove into the first party games. We would really like that if that's possible. And then they were kind of like, interesting. Like, I think that's a cadence they want to do. And 2 times a year may not seem like enough, but if they at least show one thing at the Game Awards in December, prepare their direct for January, February, and they have showcase in June, like, that's a pretty good cadence of all the stuff that 23 studios plus that are working on, most studios are working on like 2 games. So I think that's pretty reasonable, and it sounds like that might be where they're headed.
Yeah, I don't think every game needs a 45-minute dive at all, really.
Not every game is going to be the scope of Starfield.
Yeah, not every game's Starfield. But like a 10, 15-minute look for at Avowed would be probably helpful. Or like
what was the one in
right?
What was the one in January? It's like an hour and it covered 4 or 5 games.
It was like 45 minutes, and I think it covered 5 games. It covered Minecraft Legends.
And it was like nearly perfect, right?
Yeah.
The pacing, we all really enjoyed it. And that's kind of what I was getting at with the team. Like, if you guys can do a direct for games in the middle of the year and then do showcase in the other part of the year, like, we would really appreciate that. That's the message I gave them.
Yeah, and that's a good message. I would agree with you. Hargeet, he says, Miles, I wish the Xbox community was doing what you said with Tears of the Kingdom. All I hear is how it looks like garbage and runs at low frame rates. Hargeet, always trying to stir things up.
Adidas, stir that pot.
Adidas says, Jez, how can the maker of Windows have such a bad PC app? Are they going to fix it? I don't think Jez is here, but he would tell you that it's because...
He was complaining today.
Is because Xbox isn't in fully control of that app. I think the Windows team also has some say in it, so it's a little bit more difficult, right, Jez? The PC app and stuff?
I mean, the PC app is sort of like, it's up in the air, and I actually did speak to a couple of people about it in Los Angeles. Because the Asus ROG Ally is really sort of blowing up, I think they sort of realize they've got to get their software correct if they're going to support this category. So hopefully this will be more of a priority over the next year or 2, but we'll see.
Juan says, I was so mad about those games locked at 30 in console that I was about to buy a gaming PC until I saw the price. And that's the trade-off. If you want to get really good performance on PC, you got to spend a lot of money sometimes. So
I gotta say, we have a lot of heated discussions between Fonz and Zocker and I, the guys from RDX, are really good friends. And Zucker's like, he's a big proponent for PC gaming. Like, he's like, you get the best of everything. It's amazing. You get all the games, plus you get them the way you want to play them. And I'm like, yeah, for a price. He's like, oh, you can build $1,000 PC and play Starfield like that at 60. I'm like, no, you can't. And so I was trying to part them out. I've done PC part lists for forever. And I said, yeah, for looks like for $2,000, you can get double the frame rate at that fidelity for Starfield. And he's like, well, I mean, it's still pretty good. He tries to tell me you can do TurboTax on your PC, so that's a bonus. But I'm like, that's the price per. Here's a clippable quote from Colt Eastwood.
Oh, you're gonna get clipped here. All right.
The price per performance ratio of consoles is unbelievable because for the most part, you get a really great looking game that usually runs at 60 frames. And so if you want to go above and beyond that by doubling the resolution or turning on ray tracing or going from a stuck 60 or 30 game like Starfield to 60, the reality is you're going to have to spend four Series X's to get 60 frames at that fidelity we saw at the Direct. And the quote is, the price per performance ratio of consoles is really amazing. For $500, you get incredible, great looking and playing games for just almost no money compared to what people get on the gaming desktop PC world.
Zocker's calling you out in chat. He says
there he is.
He says
we
knew he was lurking.
He said 1440. He's like, you could play it at 1080. I'm like, no, that's not the issue. It's not resolution GPU bound. It's CPU bound. Like that whole persistent world is so demanding on hardware that, like, I was talking to somebody that said you really need a 40 series GPU, the GPUs that launched last year. Like, I have a 3080, and I'm maybe it will, but we'll have to find out. And they've got minimum and required specs out there, or recommended specs, but you do have to spend a lot more money to get above and beyond what the PS5 and Series X can do.
Yeah, I'm going to get to the rest of these super chats after we talk about this, because we talk about Miles' game. So we talked about Starfield at length, Miles. We talked about Fable. We all talked about the showcase. What's the game you want to talk about?
There's one game I really want to talk about, but I do want to give one quick shout out and cheat before I dive into that one. Path of the Goddess.
Ooh, Path of the Goddess.
Capcom.
Talk to him.
That was the biggest surprise of the show, period. The fact that Xbox got to announce a brand new Capcom IP that none of us knew. None of us had any idea that was a project in development. That came out of nowhere. That was a huge moment for Xbox. I was expecting Capcom to show in some way, and it was really, really great to see a lot of Sega love and Capcom love at that show. So that's not necessarily my standout moment, but that was a really important moment for Xbox at the show. So that was great. The game that has been lingering with me and just sticking in my brainstem since Sunday is South of Midnight from Compulsion Games.
Yeah.
Compulsion Games has had such an interesting saga. My first introduction to Compulsion Games was I went to IndieCade 2013. And I played a demo of Contrast, which was that light-based puzzle platformer. And I remember distinctly walking away from that booth thinking, man, this independent team, they have a lot of promise. They show a lot of potential here. There's great gameplay ideas, but more importantly, there's a specific sense of style to this game. Contrast, at that moment in time, nothing looked like it, nothing played like it. It was such a unique game. And I remember walking away very impressed. So when they went on to do We Happy Few, which does have problems. It definitely has its problems, but it still has one of my favorite introductions of a video game ever. Absolutely love the style, love the presentation, love the promise of what that game could be. But they've always been indie. They've never had a significant budget to execute these really fantastic ideas. So when it was announced that Xbox was picking them up, that was the team I was looking at and saying, there's so much promise here. There's so much potential because they've always shown it. They've just never had the resources to execute on it. So when I think about the potential of Microsoft and what they can provide to this team, they've been quiet for a long time. They've been heads down on this project for a long time. We haven't really heard from them since We Happy Few. They had some updates for it, but they've been really quiet. And so I've been waiting to see what they've been cooking up. And when we got that reveal, the American Gothic, the Southern Swamp, you have the creepy, mysterious man with the banjo guitar, and there's just this energy and this sense of style. There was nothing that looks like that game at the show, and there is nothing that looks like that game that exists right now. And you combine that with the beautiful stop animation from stuff like Coraline and Nightmare Before Christmas, and if they can deliver that in gameplay, and that's what the game looks like in motion, it's going to be so special. And we've gotten small details. We know it's going to be a third-person action-adventure game where you're hunting down these mythical beasts, this folklore of the American South. And that world isn't something we've explored in a video game all that much.
It's rare, yeah.
And
do you think those the characters will animate at 12 like they do? Because it was made to kind of have that stop motion look.
I want that. I want that so badly because
it's so cool looking.
That looks gorgeous.
Exactly. It's such a distinct style. And we need that. We need games that stand out and have a distinct presentation. And South of Midnight was that. That reveal was so gorgeous. And I can't stop thinking about the possibilities of what that title could be.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Tolbert in chat says, as a South Carolina native, South of Midnight feels like it was scanned right off my brain with the stories I grew up hearing about American Gothic and Black traditions. Cannot wait to see more. So, Kag, I got to go to you because I know you are the leader of the hashtag Just One movement.
Yes, sir.
Telling you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. So I know you were looking forward to this. What are your thoughts on South of Midnight and Compulsion?
I'm very excited about the potential of the game. I do think that, shout out to Jez, obviously we got a little early preview of what it could be. So now to get the realization of it in the trailer. And I love what Miles said about the Deep South aspect. Like, that is a genre for the most part not touched, and I'm excited to see how far they go with it. Right now, we do know obviously third person over the shoulder, that kind of energy. I got to be honest, I'm not as high on it as everyone else, only because we have not seen gameplay on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I need to see it in motion, and on one hand, I feel the stop motion is extremely unique. I think that presents a very distinct style, but at the same time, I need to see, because I'm gonna be real with y'all. I gotta be honest. When I first saw it in the trailer theater, I thought there was some frame rate issues. I didn't know what was going on, and then people had to tell me, no, that's the stop motion. They're going for this specific look, and I'm like, okay, cool. To me, it all comes down to the gameplay, how they execute. But like Miles said, from a potential standpoint, what we know from Compulsion, I was a guy that had Contrast very early on PlayStation 4. That was one of their early indie games, seeing the light to dark kind of thing. We all are excited about the potential of what We Happy Few can be, the whole, taking joy. And Jez appreciate this. It kind of gave me, from a British standpoint, Clockwork Orange kind of vibes. It's kind of hilarious.
God, yeah.
Bro, like you know what I'm saying? Take the joy and the old it out and all that foolishness. Like it just spoke to me.
Man.
So
cricket bats.
Cricket let's go. So like my whole thing was, I see the potential of Compulsion. I just need to see the production value, it in action, and then. But I'm glad to know what we're working on. Let's just wait until we get some gameplay. Then I'll reserve more judgment and see what's going on with it. But yeah, I do like the idea of it.
Cole, what do you have any thoughts on this, on South of Midnight? Oh, Colt's not here. Jez, we'll go to you instead.
Yeah, I mean, I feel it was kind of bittersweet seeing it because obviously I leaked it.
Yeah, and you probably got in trouble for leaking it. So it was why you should always listen to me.
I do. Yeah. It's kind of. I mean, I was doing my job at the end of the day, but it kind of would have been. It would have been cooler if I'd known nothing about it, But it looks like I had the concept art and stuff, and we knew it was a Southern Gothic kind of vibe and stuff like that. It sort of exceeded my expectations. Like, that stop motion animation style just looks incredible. Like, more games should do that. I wonder, like, is that how it's going to look when it's playing? Is that how it's going to play, or is that just sort of how it looks in cutscenes? Because I'm trying to imagine, like, how would that look in gameplay if it sort of had that stop motion vibe? That could be really, really cool and unique. But that's Compulsion. For all of We Happy Few's shortcomings, and there were a lot. the uniqueness and the atmosphere and the sort of the style factor is absolutely oozing out of that studio. So we just need to see. You just need to see the gameplay now, and I think it's fine to like when you introduce a game initially, give us an idea of the vibe they're going for, and then next time we see it, we get the gameplay. I think I'm completely down with that flow, that marketing flow, and I have to say I'm pretty excited for it.
No, yeah. Dub, member for 23 months, has something to say about this. He says, like Miles, South of Midnight is super on my radar. Love the Spider-Verse like stop motion animation style the trailer had. Shout out to the panel. So this was always one of those games, very much like in Exile, where I'm just like, come on, guys. I've played Compulsion's games in the past. Contrast, We Happy Few, not good games. And I even questioned why you would purchase Compulsion, because it's not like they're Playground Games. It's not like they had a pedigree like Double Fine, or made some really great experiences like Wasteland or, Ninja Theory, right? It was kind of like all these other studios are on this level, and then Compulsion was like down here. I was like, Phil must have got him for like $5 and a coffee and a ham sandwich or something. It's like, all right, well, we can buy two, get one free, and Compulsion's the free one. All right, come on over, right? I'm being a little harsh, but it's for entertainment purposes. But it goes to
You be a mess.
What I'm trying to say is that I was like, whatever. I played their previous games. One thing you can say about them is they definitely have killer art direction. So seeing the stop motion, I'm like, okay, that could differentiate itself from other titles. And knowing that it's a third-person action adventure, which is something that you can make an argument is lacking from Xbox's first-party studios. Like, they have a lot of RPGs. We know they're going to probably have a lot of shooters with like id and Halo and the Coalition and stuff. So it is a genre of game that has a spot to be filled on Xbox. And talking about like the Deep South and the American, like the Gothic sort of stories you could tell there, like that has me super interested. Like before I was kind of like, yeah, whatever, I don't know what they're gonna make. Now it's like, all right, it's on my radar. I'm super interested now. Now I just need to see like, what is the gameplay loop and how does it look like and all that sort of stuff. So maybe Phil was right to essentially get them when he could, with this buy one get one free ticket.
It's all about seeing the promise in these teams.
Sure.
Once they're already a big hit, it's too late. All right, they got offers lined up around the deal, but you gotta look at the promise and potential and get in there early. And again, Xbox Game Studios is supposed to be about helping teams deliver on their dreams.
Yeah,
deliver these ideas that they've had but haven't been able to execute. And so Compulsion, I think could be the perfect example of that working.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right, and I think like the way that we've seen in Exile step up is an example of a studio that has gone through that pipeline. Like if you look at Bard's Tale 4, then go to Wasteland 2 and 3, and then to what they're showing off with Clockwork Revolution, that is absolutely a studio that has gone from being sort of barely even AA, arguably, with Bard's Tale 4, which is. It's an interesting game, but it is the king of all jank, right? And Wasteland 2, amazing game. I really love it, and that's what made me fall in love with an Exile. But I'm mostly there for the story because it is, again, really janky. Even the gameplay is really good. And then Wasteland 3 is like, okay, they're rolling into AAA now. So it's like AA.5 or something. Still a little bit of weirdness, but you can start to see them shine through. And then Clockwork Revolution looks like the BioShock game that we've been waiting how long for? 10 years or something?
Yeah.
So like I saw that and immediately thought BioShock. And they've got like some serious pedigree working on the game, like the creator of Arcanum, which is a legendary steampunk RPG from back in the day. And then you've got Brian Fargo, he created Wasteland and Fallout. So that guy's knows his stuff, and this is a whole new universe. It's going to be incredible, and I kind of hope like we see Compulsion make that leap to that level, and we see State of Decay, Undead Labs make the leap to that level. And like, I don't know, like I think with Redfall, you can't avoid talking about Redfall when you talk about how studios have been handled as part of Xbox. But I kind of like people roll their eyes at this excuse, but that was a product of like the transition of the acquisition and the pandemic as well. So like I really do feel like after seeing this showcase, Redfall was a blip, and I think Arcane, like what they do next, will probably look a lot different from Redfall in terms of quality. You know, they're gonna build that studio back up, and they're gonna, you know,
Redfall looks like nothing they've ever made before as well. Like it's a total outlier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a complete outlier, and it's like Phil said in an interview. He said, what did he say? He said, if you aren't, you know, willing to risk a 6 out of 10 every now and then, you shouldn't be in the entertainment business. And like even some of the greatest directors in Hollywood have had like their flops, you know, here and there. Even people like, you know, Christopher Nolan and stuff like that. People who are like really huge. They've all got that story where something just went wrong and they just had to ship it to recoup some of that investment, you know. But I think we're moving towards bigger and better things, and I think Miles is totally right. I think it's really exciting, and clearly they saw something special in Compulsion.
Well, yeah.
And
I mean, I'm joking around with the whole buy 2 get 1 free. People are roasting me in chat for it. You know,
you're getting roasted.
I'm being a little, you know, a little over the top there, right? But Cold, what do you your internet went out, so you're back now. What are your thoughts on South of Midnight?
Compulsion is one of the only studios that I don't have a lot of excitement about. Although We Happy Few really like made me really happy for part of the time I played it, and then it kind of just fell apart for me. But they're the one studio that I'm like, I don't know about that. And I've kind of said that a few times in videos, but South of Midnight looks really great. Like I played a little bit of Contrast, and it's just a bit too old for me to jump into. And in 2022 when I played it, but I expect something good. I'm kind of with COG. I don't know what that game is. We know it's a third-person RPG set in the Deep South, so we would expect that would be like the gameplay perspective instead of first, like We Happy. But there's a little bit of magic from Compulsion that you can see in We Happy Few, and they've never been able to properly make a game. When they made We Happy Few, they were on crowdfunding, and then Gearbox, does classic Gearbox, has stepped in the 9th inning and said, hey, we'll fund this and make a quick buck, and they got the game out for them. So I just have to wait and see what the game looks like. But the visual art style, you kind of have that real sculpted claymation type look is really cool. And the vibe, I'm with Miles and those others, like Samuel. That vibe, we don't get that Deep South thing. Like if you haven't watched Princess and the Frog by Disney, that came out like, I don't know, 15 years ago. Like it is so impressive what they do with the voodoo and the Southern culture, and like I can't wait to play that in a video game. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look forward to. Jez, we'll go to you. So we talked about South of Midnight. Me? Yeah, well, I want, you know, what game do you want to talk about next? We talked about Starfield and Fable and South of Midnight, right? As you know, picked by Colt, Cog, and Miles. I already know the game that you probably want to talk about, and I'm sure everybody else here wants to dive into it too. So, unless you're going to surprise me with
Skylines 2?
No, you don't. No, come on. Yeah.
No. What's with the booze? You guys.
I mean, if you want to talk about City Skylines 2, go right ahead. Is that the game you want to talk about?
Sure. Yeah. City Skylines 2, man. So it's one of the most pre-ordered games on Steam right now, even though you guys don't appreciate it, which is completely fine. That was one of my favorite trailers of the show. I'm an avowed city builder, okay? I like, you know, it's my inner. I tell you a story, right? When I was a little kid, near my house, there was a store where for model railway enthusiasts, right? People build those model railways in their basements, right? Really expensive hobby. The little trains and little tracks, they cost like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I used to walk past that shop every day on my way home from school and just look in the window and just be like, I'll never be able to afford all that. Well, thanks to City Skylines, I can heal my inner child, because I thought that game just looked incredible. Like the the granularity that game is bringing, I just know I'm going to be playing that game for hundreds of hours. But I know it's one of them sort of passionate niche kind of games. The game that, other than Starfield, which I'd say Starfield's in a category of its own, man. Starfield is just in a category of its own, and I think most people would agree with that. So putting Starfield to one side, which was definitely my game of the show, love Todd Howard and all of his games. I was like, and I've already mentioned it already, but Clockwork Revolution, man.
That's what I thought you were going to pick. Cog, Miles, Cole, we all thought he talks enough about In Exile on the podcast enough. I was like, all right, this is an easy layup. Jez is going to talk about Clockwork Revolution, but no.
I wanted to come out of left field. Okay. And I did want to mention City Skylines because I do love Paradox a lot, but Clockwork Revolution, like, that's another one of the leaks from that tumultuous pandemic leaking time. And Project Cobalt, as it used to be known, it's probably got a new code name now. But you know, the sort of the concept art did leak for that. So like one of I think they had a contractor who did some concept art for it, and they put it up on their art station, and they were like, "Here's some concept art I did for an Exile game." Which basically revealed the game, because the street from that concept art was in the trailer. It looked very, very much like it. So that was my fault. Blame whoever that was. But I just thought it looked incredible, and it was such a step up for an Exile. You know, an Exile, of course, is known for sort of traditional classic RPGs. You know, like Bard's Tale is like a first-person dungeon crawler with turn-based combat, and then Wasteland is like an isometric CRPG. And the rumor was that this was going to be a first-person shooter, right? But like, you're kind of imagining, because in Exile and the size of the studio, although they've become a big studio now, but at the time it was kind of like, well, it's probably going to be like a AA kind of game, maybe like on the scale of, I don't know, The Outer Worlds in terms of fidelity, but it just looks really incredible. Creativity, reactivity with the branching narrative can change the past, present, and future. And you know, some of the violence, you know, that's classic in Exile, over the top 80s inspired violence is all what In Exile's all about. You know, with the sort of the traditional practical effects that just look ridiculous, and like, see it, like, initially I was kind of like, oh man, this barely looks like in an Exile game. It just looks so impressive, you know, not to throw them under the bus, but it was just like, this just looks like the, you know, true AAA. And then like the dude pushed the guy into the fan blades, and then he just exploded into a volcano of viscera, and it was just like, yes, that's In Exile. That's the In Exile I know. So it's so incredible as a fan of In Exile's games to see them really take a step up to that level. I will say though, I'm kind of nervous that they'll go all in on this now and just be like, we don't need CRPGs anymore, because I still want Wasteland 4, and I still want it to be turn-based and all that kind of stuff. Like, I kind of lament that, like, you know, Final Fantasy 16 is just a full-blown Devil May Cry action game, because I know that's probably going to lead it to bigger sales and bigger audiences in 2023. But I lament, man. I still want my turn-based, and you know, Square Enix still, you know, they're doing that with Bravely Default and Octopath Traveler, which are great games. But I feel like I'll never get that classic Final Fantasy experience again. So I hope that, like, I wish them every success with Clockwork Revolution. I just hope that it doesn't come at the cost of like the classic Wasteland games, or, you know, and with Avowed, and like, will we ever get another a traditional Pillars game again, that kind of stuff. But they've always said that they'll let the devs make the games they want to make, and we'll see what happens. But that was a big game for me. I don't know how you guys felt about it.
I mean, we have over 1,800 people watching. So do us a huge favor, hit the like button. There's only like 700 likes. Let's get that up to 1,000 before the show. But Cog, you got anything you want to talk about? Clockwork Revolution, In Exile. I think when me and you talked on the phone, because I called you, we talked after the showcase, right? Mm-hmm. And we were talking about, like, if Starfield Direct wasn't there, it felt like Clockwork Revolution would have been the one more thing, yeah?
I'm so with Jez on that and what we talked about, Rand, because it's like, you know, In Exile was one of the studios I felt people were really sleeping on. You know, if you look at the history and the pedigree, you know, say as far as Fallout and obviously what Jez is talking about is Wasteland, you know, 3 is just an absolutely amazing game. And like, look, we got to put respect on Brian Fargo and the team. Like he's a legend in the game. And one thing I've really been kind of cognizant of watching that social media account is they've been kind of like cheering on the other Xbox game studios. Like they're really active. And to me, when I see that, I get the sense that they're really excited about what they're about to do. And to see their reaction, I mean, they even shouted us out because we lost it. We were like, yo, like, this is absolutely amazing. And what's your man name? I think his name was Lord Cromley, the dude who was too bougie to walk on the ground. So he got to have the moving conveyor. So you got the steampunk kind of vibe. And then the thing that really sold it for me was you got the time like reversal mechanic, right? So you got this manipulation thing going on. The gunplay looked kind of tight early. And I like the way they ended it with almost like these old school big behemoth robot kind of coming after you, almost like an Ed 209 RoboCop kind of vibe. This thing is like really monstrosity. And I love the narration of, you know, the character who's talking to you about like, you know, what they're going to do to you. They're not, you know, they're going to stop until they, you know, they kill you and finish you. It really set the tone. And again, if Starfield is not there, that is a show ender. And it really showed me the potential of In Exile underneath Xbox Game Studios with that budget, with the freedom to create. I'm pumped. The only negative, I was so excited, they hit us with the, you know, to be determined or in due time.
In due time. Yeah.
So I was a little, you know, a little annoyed because I'm so excited. I'm so pumped, you know, and you could tell they were super proud of what they're doing. I'm pulling for Exile. I think people are sleeping. They're up there as one of the, I call that class of 2018 draft class, right? Who got signed. And now we're starting to see the fruits of it. And they really showed out. It just goes to show you like Xbox future for their game studio looks bright. And that's what I got out of this. We kind of got an idea, okay, this is what everybody's doing. And man, it looks stacked. And now it's just a matter of, you know, executing, landing the plane, making sure these games are good. But that pedigree in that studio of Excel, I'm super excited about.
Yeah, Miles, you got a lot to add on this? Clockwork Revolution?
Yeah, I want to echo kind of what Cog was saying. The biggest takeaway for me when we saw In Exile and Clockwork Revolution, and Jez touched on this too, is obviously this team is getting resources. Obviously this team is getting more financial resources and development resources to make games they never would have made before. And I love the energy of that. I love the energy of Xbox Game Studios. I love when Phil Spencer pushes back on people who say, yo, why did you let Arcane make Redfall? You should have forced Arcane to make this one thing because that's what they make. I hate that idea. I hate it so much. And that's not how this industry grows. That's not how this industry evolves. Your favorite video games of all time are the ones that challenge what you know a video game to be. Deliver an experience unlike anything you've had before. And we don't get that if we have the old Xbox that's like, all right, here's the Gears team. Here's the Forza Horizon team. Here's the Halo team. Like with the modern Xbox Game Studios, I want that gone. I want that mentality gone. And I want these teams, like Phil Spencer talks about, to have the opportunities to pitch new ideas, create new ideas, and be empowered to deliver on those ideas. And so this show, more than the last several, gives us a bold picture of that with Compulsion Games in Exile, because they are doing things that they've never done before. And for me, that's exciting. That's why I love video games is the possibility for what could be, and the idea that these artists and these creative talents can be empowered to make something that we've never seen before. So yeah, Clockwork Revolution looked fantastic. It looked like a humongous glow up for In Exile. Again, like Jez touched on, they've always made games that have been received well, but you could tell that, you know, a little janky, a little lower budget, AA at best. So now Clockwork Revolution looks like, as many people have compared it to, BioShock Infinite, of just a massive, huge game for Xbox. And the reception for that game has been massive. So yeah, that game looks incredible. But more importantly, Xbox continues to demonstrate the future of Xbox game studios. And the pitch that got me excited back in 2018, 2019, when there was this re-energized Xbox coming out and saying, all right, we're doing things differently than anyone else in the industry. And that's why I have an Xbox podcast, is because I like to talk about those possibilities. And so to see Xbox finally start manifesting that is exciting. And like Cog said, they need to deliver games. As Phil Spencer even said, like, hey, it doesn't really matter what we say until you have great games in your hands. And that's absolutely true. But we're starting to see glimpses of potentially great games.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you. Like, my first thing was like, as Jez will attest, anytime he brings up In Exile, I'm just like, okay, whatever. I'm not paying attention. Who cares? Like, it's just like He's like, you play Wasteland. I'm just like, whatever, Jez. I don't care about Wasteland. But dude, this trailer, I mean, what they're working on spoke to me. I mean, you want to get Rand excited, just even sort of like have a slight, I don't say homage, but like kind of resemble BioShock in any way. You got my attention immediately. Like, oh, we doing BioShock? Or okay, like, are we doing steampunk BioShock? Oh, but if you really want to get my attention, throw some time travel in there, because Rand loves time travel. So I'm like, just kind of very much like Compulsion, a studio that I wasn't really high on, right? Because one, I didn't like their previous games, and two, I didn't really play their games within Exile. But now I'm like, oh, you're making a BioShock sort of steampunky and time travel game? Oh, bro, like, I am so in on this. And Colt, I know you probably have, you may be in a similar vein to me, where like Wasteland didn't appeal to you, and you probably haven't played any other games.
I tried it.
What do you think about this? What did you think about this and what they're working on next?
So what I think about this is I gave quite a big speech earlier about how games are moving into fully next generation, and what I see from Clockwork Orange.
Clockwork Orange, you did it.
I had to edit my video like 3 times because I kept saying Clockwork Orange. Anyway,
Ultra Pilots.
I know. So Clockwork Revolution doesn't look like something we've never seen before, but I know Rand's going to immediately remind me of the name of the game is, but when you finally get something that was in the early 2000s, like the BioShock series, which we don't get those games anymore. Mm-hmm. We have to wait until Judas comes out. So you get that BioShock Infinite and the older Fallout style game with Clockwork Revolution. And then the other thing with the reversing of time you get, and fill in the blank for me, Rand, the game where you had the 2 different watches that let you break stuff and reform it on the 360.
That was Singularity.
Singularity, is that what it was?
Yeah, from Raven.
Yeah, Singularity, which was like a B or a C
Singularity
game.
Was actually really
I really
good,
liked it.
It was
I
really
really
good.
liked it, but I think most fans look back on Singularity and think, man, that game was great. Bring that back, get that back in patter. Yep. Or where's another one? Where's a remaster? But I think with Clockwork Revolution,
so good.
Yeah, we get that Singularity thing in a small portion. We get that BioShock Infinite feel, or the old BioShocks, and then of course you get the DNA of Brian Fargo and the team that helped create the old Fallout games. And it's out of that third-person turn-based stuff, so it really appeals to somebody like me. So, Rand, I think you had a good idea what was going to be at the showcase, but I told my audience on my podcast and my videos, like, I don't think In Exile is going to be there with their game, but we know what they're making. And I was floored that it was there. And I was sitting next to Risk It for the Biscuit. And, of course, he's like a big excited puppy dog, all the way over from Australia, and all these things are showing up on screen. And when they showed In Exile, I think I about broke his arm. I yelled at him so hard. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Yeah, that was a great showing. And that team, Cog says how they were getting real busy on social media, and they were supporting all the studios. They're making their little meme things and cracking everybody up. And that's, I'm like, man, maybe they are ready to show something because they want to, yes. Joaquin says Time Shift that's another game that I loved back in 2007, I think.
Yeah.
Time Shift also did some of that. So, I mean, how can you lose with Clockwork? That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I feel really good about that game. But, we talked about all this, the highs but we haven't talked about the lows. Because I didn't think it was a perfect podcast, and it wouldn't be, well, you may say what lows, but there definitely were some lows. So I'm going to throw it to someone I know who has a similar problem as me. Cog, you're gonna have to give him this work, bro. What was the thing that you wished was there more than anything, and that maybe lessened the show in your eyes?
Yeah, this is because the standard, and shout out to the street, the cars that's going by, they're excited too. But this is the standard of this show, right? It's so great. We have Starfield, we have all these great new IPs, we know what everyone's working on, but there's this one game that's so highly anticipated that my brother Rand, all he could talk about. You know what I mean? And we love us some Senua. We love to know what's going on. This game debuted, with the Series X as a console release. Then we got a second showing of it, with the troll over the beach. And then the way they started, you have the actress who plays Senua comes out. Like last time, we showed you, the troll fight, or whatever on the beach.
The big baby on the beach.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, because the only thing left, we are all convinced that the graphical fidelity of this game, we are all convinced that Hellblade 1 punched above its weight, that this is that kind of hashtag just one energy, even though it's a sequel, but we know this is the game. And even, a lot of people like the Fighting Duke, the LSM community, a lot of PlayStation fans talk to me, like they are dying to see the combat. What's going on with Hellblade? We just need, that was maybe the only thing that you can slander, right? From the first game, that combat was kind of repetitive. It wasn't really intuitive. And we've heard the reports how they really have gone into the mocap and they're supposed to be taking that seriously, but we haven't seen the fruits of it on screen. So they start off and I'm like, okay, Senua's looking good. Unreal Engine 5's looking beautiful. She's walking, going into this cave thing. And they spent so long, with the whole psychosis, the great use of voice, and Dolby Atmos is going to be popping because in the theater code, it sounded amazing. You could hear the voices from all different angles. But I'm just like, man, it was such a miss to not show the combat. And now, not that I'm worried, but I think when I spoke to Maddie about this, I think what they are probably going to do is showcase it at a developer direct, because we've seen it now 3 times. And I think the miss comes down from the 3rd time. This should have been the combat segment. And it just was a disappointing thing to me, because if they nail this and you show the combat and you show, Hellblade looking amazing in that space, you now elevate this show into all-time greatness. And I think that's why I had to take a point, because after it was over, I tapped out and go to the side. I'm like, damn, we didn't get any combat. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, it was disheartening a little bit. And I'm only saying that is because I have confidence in Ninja Theory. I know what they're capable of, so I'm going to be hard on you. I'm going to say, bro, you cannot, if you're going to do that, I hate to say it, don't show that. Like, we want to see combat. So Ninja Theory, I have confidence. I think y'all gonna do all right. But I have to give y'all the smoke. Do not come up there and show me another cinematic trailer with no interaction with any enemies and walk away and say finished. No, give me combat. Okay, I'm finished. Ran over.
Right.
Well, I think what this is pointing to ultimately is that there isn't any combat.
Oh no,
and that it is in fact
he said it.
Just a walking simulator.
It really does seem like that.
There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with that. If
really, you always tell me there's something wrong with that every single week. You always say there's something wrong with it.
No. Like I respect people who have unique tastes.
That's not what you tell me.
Some people just have hipster tastes.
Oh, here we go.
And they prefer more art than game in their game. There's nothing wrong with that, Rand. You shouldn't be ashamed of that fact, Rand.
Also some people
very quiet.
Some people want more than click 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 move click 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 click. That was an epic side quest, right, Colt? Oh my god, click click click. Wait for my cooldowns. XYZ click 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 click.
They're roasting Diablo.
Somebody tell me they had amazing epic side quests. I'm like, what'd you do? Go to a guy, he told you to go get a feather, and you went to a cave and came out and opened a chest. Epic, bro.
Yeah, totally epic. Let me just spam the left on my mouse over and over and over again. Click 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 click. Totally amazing, bro. The
and
best.
then we alt tab over to TurboTax and do my taxes. Since I've got it all right there.
Damn.
We're just kidding. We're just kidding.
Rand's
We're
playing
just
League
kidding.
of Legends out here, man.
But I kind of, I know Jez is trolling a little bit, but what if Hellblade isn't a combat-focused game?
Don't do that to me.
I mean, I guess it's possible for sure.
Because
I honestly think this is the message they're sending right now. I really do think that.
I'm not dooming because I thought what they showed at the showcase was beautiful. I thought that sequence was incredibly powerful. It elevated the moments of the original Hellblade, but nothing that they've shown so far suggests that combat is the focus. We know they're motion capping combat. We know that. We know there will be combat to some level, but is that going to be the focus of Hellblade 2? And is that going to be a problem if
no, I don't
Xbox fans want the cinematic experience, but what if this is mostly the cinematic experience?
I don't think it'd be a problem if it wasn't the focus, because I do think the focus of the first Hellblade was the atmosphere and the story and the voice acting and everything that Senua had to go through, right? It's just that what people wanted from a sequel was, yes, give us all that again, but the combat needs to be improved, because it was an indie team of 15 people on a budget of 10 million, and it's something that everybody said can be improved. People are just like, give us more Hellblade 2 with more performance capture and all the atmosphere and all the crazy stuff that you can do. We're here for that. But also at the same time,
guys,
if you're
they've
making
done
a
nothing
sequel,
but train that team for combat. They brought in the guy that does the sword and lightsaber training for the Star Wars movies and other movies. So we know there's a whole. There's not going to be hit parry. And I thought the combat was okay. I mean, it just was so infrequent that I was never quite prepared. But we know there is a big. She's been training for a year to do this and to do this combat. So we know it's there. But the major problem is they showcased this game in 2019 in December. They showed it again. They've done a couple developer docs. And then they said, remember last year when we showed you when we fought the giant troll in the cave? And we're like, yeah, we remember that. And literally the only gameplay was pushing forward on the thumbstick to run, turning and hitting X to throw a spear maybe once or twice. And then the rest was all in-engine, real-time cinematic sit and watch. Right. And so when they're like, remember that? Here's new gameplay running on Xbox Series X. And literally all they did was push forward on the thumbstick while she shimmied under a rock. She got up, and I think the rest of the trailer is completely out of control of the gamer, except for maybe an interaction with the pool of water. Right. And then they dimmed to black, and I'm like, what? That's not what they should have shown. And if you're going to launch the game in the next 12 months or 6 months, that should have been the day to have an 8-minute trailer or a 6-minute trailer showcasing combat cinematics or different set pieces or something. And we literally know nothing about how this game plays outside of her listening to the voices in her head, which are still really cool.
Let me ask you the panel this question. I had this discussion with Maddie. Do you think maybe the misstep was that they thought that the second showing on the beach fighting the troll was combat and that they already did that? I'm just curious what the mindset was.
That was the tone, the way she introduced. It's like, hey, last time we showed you this, like a fight sequence on the beach. Now we're going to show you something different. And so I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you know what? I need to call out somebody in chat. I need to call out Zocker. Okay. He says, can't wait to walk up to a puzzle and hear people like Rand whisper in my ear, 10 out of 10 story. Listen, okay, you're like the leader of the click, 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 click. Amazing, bro. It's total. Did you see what I just got? Oh my God. You're the leader of the Diablo is 10 out of 10, which, Diablo's great. But don't give me the shit about Hellblade 2 while you're out here capping for click, 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 click. My cooldowns.
What about Mushroom Kingdom, Rand?
Click, 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 click. Move 10 feet. Click, 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 click. Oh, dude, you see this thing? This code is so epic. This side quest.
Look at the chat hitting, spamming the laughing emojis.
Oh man, got my man out here clicking for the new boots. Oh man.
Yeah. We ain't doing that, Zocker. We ain't doing that. I do have an art. So OBM sent me a couple articles. There's one here from Games Radar. Hellblade 2, Everything You Need to Know. And it starts off by saying this could be set to change. In an interview with Vandal, combat designer Juan Fernandez explained that Ninja Theory was, quote, raising the bar with respect to Hellblade 2 combat. He noted that development of the first game was completed by fewer than 20 people and that Ninja Theory has drastically scaled up its production efforts for the sequel. And then another one from WCCF Tech that Hellblade 2's quality is through the roof, says Ninja Theory's combat through the roof. Let me see if there's any quotes here from it. Combat experience is different compared to its predecessor. Yeah, we're raising the bar of doing more with less. We're more people than the first Hellblade, but the quality we're giving versus the team behind it compared to similar games, I think it's through the roof. What I like about Hellblade 2 is that it's a very unique approach. I think it's going to have an impact like Hellblade 1, but for other reasons, because obviously there's a lot of things that were new in the first game that will have less impact in the second game, but there's a whole bunch of other new things that will have an impact. He said that what I was least satisfied with in Hellblade 1 was the lack of enemy variety, the long-range combat was stifled, and the balancing stuff, the way the difficulty systems were tuned. The enemies had too much life, they had too much durability, and it got tiresome a lot of the time. We had a lot of variety of attacks and combos, but the enemies didn't really encourage you to use one or the other. People found 2 or 3 moves they liked and repeated them constantly. There were very generous parries and story timings that could be balanced more intelligently. So, you know, I mean,
but what that says is there's not necessarily going to be more combat. There will be different combat. Combat will be better.
Yeah.
Right?
Improved.
So,
okay, so what do you call a walking simulator that has 3 combat sequences in it?
Damn.
You're doing this to me.
This guy.
A cinematic narrative adventure.
Oh,
cinematic narrative adventure.
Isn't that what the gamers want?
This is so disrespectful.
Nah, it's mean because like I do appreciate art. I can get my hipster on sometimes, but man,
sorry.
I just kind of I think a lot of people are pulling for this to be Xbox's answer to God of War, right? You know, God of War kind of has that cinematic epic storytelling that Hellblade's going for, but it also has a crap ton of great combat.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people that's kind of what I'm pulling for. I'll admit it. I kind of look at Hellblade and think this could be Xbox's answer to God of War, but I don't think that's fair on Ninja Theory because Ninja Theory clearly have a vision for the game. You know, they clearly want it to be a certain way, and I'm being greedy and I'm being unfair by saying that. But I do think that's where some of these anxieties about. Where's the combat? Why aren't you showing us the combat? Is there no combat? Just tell us, you know. Just tell us at the end of the day. I'm still going to play it. I'm still going to enjoy it. But it'll be one of those kind of games where I have to be in a specific mood for it. Like, I have to be in a sort of a mood. Because I'm often just not in a mood to... I want the click, 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 what Rand says. Yeah. I just want to turn my brain off and just kill loads of shit. And I really have to be in the mood for the kind of game where you have to sit and actually, you know, put headphones on and actually immerse yourself. I have to be in that mood. And I'm not often in that mood. True. I'll be honest. I'm not often in that mood.
I'll ask you, the panel in the chat, is that going to be an L if Hellblade 2 is just a way better produced version of Hellblade 1? Bigger scope.
We not putting that negative energy out.
Bigger narrative moment. Like everything I've seen from Hellblade 2 has me excited. I'm still incredibly excited. But I was of the camp when I saw that emotional moment with Senua at the showcase. I was like, yeah, this is what I want from Hellblade. This is what I loved about the first Hellblade. Because I didn't really love the combat of the first Hellblade. I don't think really any of us did. And I would love to see the combat improve. Because much like Jez, I want the dumb action. I want the chaos. I want to smash buttons. I want to sweat a little bit when I play a game. And so I want that from Hellblade 2, but nothing that they've indicated to us suggests this will be God of War.
No, so, I don't think anybody is expecting God of War, though.
I don't think that's true, Rand. I think some people are.
Well, then
they're expecting a God of War competitor, I think, but not God of War clone.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So Roberto says in chat...
Ninja Theory can't... I don't expect Ninja Theory to stray wildly far from the award-winning Senua's Sacrifice from 2017. Like if I
Exactly,
was
yeah,
them,
why
I
would
would
you
be
throw that
building
away?
upon that, widening it out a little bit, adding more combat variation and more enemies, and a little bit of I don't know, like development of the character physically in the game. Other than that, like why would you stray much further from
I mean, that's all. That's all I
bona
want.
fide hit?
That's all I've ever wanted.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for God of War. I'm not asking for a 40-hour type experience. I'm asking for what they did with Hellblade 1, but improved. You know, like combat needs to be improved because the combat in the first game was serviceable. It's like you got the bigger thing now. You can do better things. I'm not expecting Devil May Cry or anything like that.
I think we got Cog worried though. I think we got.
We'll see. I mean, there's still a lot of
I'm not
time.
worried.
There's still
I'm
not a
not
lot of
worried.
time. Yes.
I will say, yeah, like real quickly, Rand, just to your point, it's always been a psychological thriller to me with action sequences kind of stuff between. So the key is just, okay, what's the evolution? I'm not worried about it. I just think the mentality of the way they're presenting is incorrect. I just don't like the way they're presenting. But I'm still confident that we will get most likely the developer direct when it's close to release, and we will finally get it unveiled. I just didn't like the way the sequence of reveals were handled, because it almost felt to me like they thought they did it already with the beach scene. That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah. Roberto says, love how this 41-year-old man Rand gets easily triggered. Oh, believe me, I'm not triggered. I'm having fun. And I'm only doing it because my buddy Zalker is in chat talking about Hellblade. So I had to give it to him. I don't get triggered about anything. So I don't know. You might think the overtop reaction is being triggered, but trust me, it's not.
Rand
entertainment.
just loves riling people up. you know?
Yeah.
It's called entertainment. It's the reason why Xbox 2 is the biggest podcast in the
that's
scene
XNC,
with
bro.
Randall Thor and Jez Corden.
Randall Thor and Jez Corden coming at you live, 2 p.m. I don't know how Colt would do it. But Colt, I know also you're not a fan of another thing that you wish Xbox would get rid of in these shows, right? So
Banjo?
Well, Banjo would never come
That was for
around.
Cog.
But what do you think? Because I have a similar thing, even though I know they're always going to be there. But you know,
You want me to just do the one,
speak
2,
your
3?
truth. Speak your truth.
Yeah, I mean, I like Sea of Thieves. I just don't think that Sea of Thieves, Elder Scrolls Online, and Fallout 76
You
need
shut
to be
your
at
mouth.
a showcase.
You shut your damn mouth.
Hey, can you mute Miles's microphone so
Should
I
we
don't
mute
fall
him?
out
Okay.
of love with him?
Okay.
So I strongly feel that those games are super important. They're very important. They have 15 to 20 million people playing each of those titles. So they're huge, but they do not belong on the big, I waited 12 months to see what Xbox is doing.
Do not
stage.
belong, Miles.
The Monkey Island crossover, that wasn't good enough for you, Colt?
No, but hold
My
on. Now they're very
Why?
brief. They're very brief, and they are perfectly placed in the extended showcase, because you want to make sure those games get their shine because they have a big audience, but it's not for the big reveals and exciting new updates. Even Grounded, like I thought Grounded was going to have a big update trailer, and I thought we would see it, but I even told my friends, as much as I want to see that as a big fan, I would rather that wait to give more time. In fact, I think that if you left out Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76, and Sea of Thieves announcements from the show and shaved off 10 minutes from the show, it's a better show for it. That's my preach.
L
sound
plus ratio.
Oh, L plus.
Oh, wow.
You know, I get, we're sick of the Elder Scrolls Online updates. I get it. We all expect the Fallout 76 Elder Scrolls every single year. But I think when a game like Sea of Thieves has a big moment, like a Monkey Island crossover, I think that's a big enough deal to put in the main show. I think that's a prime example of something that people who aren't already playing Sea of Thieves say, oh, damn, I love Monkey Island. I haven't been playing. I'm going to check that out. And again,
and Pirates was big, or Caribbean was huge.
And if you're Xbox, that's a moment to empower your teams, to celebrate your team's work. So it's a win-win.
Absolutely.
For Xbox and Rare.
Miles.
Yes. L plus ratio on Colt.
I'll give Colt that. I'll give Miles that in the sense of the Monkey Island crossover, because I do have an affinity for Monkey Island. It's one of the first PC games I ever played. I want to push back on one thing though, Miles. Like, what are we feeling when we keep seeing Fallout 76?
I'm not defending Fallout 76 because that's not my game.
No, I'm just kidding.
Like,
because my thing is, at least Sea of Thieves we know has some tangible success. I'm not part of the Fallout 76 community, so you guys can educate me. Like, what is the
Said
user?
in the show, 15 million players.
15 million?
bro.
Okay, my bad. I'm asking. I didn't know. I'm this selfish hardcore gamer. I don't know if people are playing this game. So 15
Fallout
million
is hardcore, bro.
Okay,
You're the
all right.
casual. It's
Well,
Fallout
oh
76
damn!
hardcore.
Oh damn!
Oh, I thought they
Calm down.
was barely breathing over there. I didn't know they were
Nah,
still
let's,
alive. Okay. Cool.
Lord Casnito, bro, what's going on?
So
Clearly, I don't
according
play
to
that
Steam, according to Steam, it
break it
currently
down.
has 6,000 concurrent players online right now.
Oh, 6,000.
So that's
Wow.
It's probably more than Halo Infinite.
That's like,
Wow.
well, yeah. Let's look at Halo Infinite on Steam.
Rand.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Oh, he's not wrong. So Halo Infinite has 3,000 concurrent
Oh,
players. on Steam.
Oh, wow.
That hurts.
So Fallout 76 is literally bigger than Halo. Although I suspect most people playing Halo are probably on Xbox. But Fallout 76 is like, I think they've said it's their most profitable Fallout ever, but it does have those repair packs and stuff like that. But I get why, like, a lot of people, they turn their nose up at Elder Scrolls Online and Sea of Thieves and Fallout 76. But these games have their fan bases, man. Like Flight Simulator, for example. You don't appreciate
this.
how big
I appreciated
this
that.
game is.
Mhm.
It's Flight Sim's
Sim's
games or
amazing.
whatever. And like Rand was thumbing his nose at me talking about City Skylines. These games are huge, man. They are huge. You know, so I think it's really cool that they continue to showcase this, because Fallout 76 is, Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls Online and Sea of Thieves to some degree, that they are like the Fortnites of Xbox's operation. They're the engagement. They're the engagement thing, you know. And if you've got like a hardcore player playing Fallout 76 on PC or something, they might discover the Xbox ecosystem as a result of playing that game. They might discover the Xbox ecosystem as a result of playing Sea of Thieves. Less so at Elder Scrolls Online, because I don't think that's on Game Pass, strangely. But they've even put Minecraft in.
What, you want me to pull up
Yeah.
on Jez?
Put a pull up and say,
Okay.
do you think that 76 ESO and SOT should be at the showcase?
I'm just going to say,
just say yes or no.
Do you think Xbox's
Do you
live
think Colts
service
should have an L plus ratio? Yes or no?
live
Come on,
service
Miles,
games
help me out here. I'm dying.
should be at repeated Xbox showcase? Because it's like the first time, perfectly okay, right? Or after, leading up to release. But it's the repeated
Well, I mean,
stuff.
let's be honest.
Well, then let's. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Miles, when those came on screen, were you like, "Oh, banger," or were you like, "Oh, cool"?
The Sea of
'Cause I was
Thieves one, yeah, that was dope. That was a cool
Okay,
moment.
yeah, that was cool. That was cool.
People want the Disney partnerships between Xbox and that's an example of it. It would be like, I'll ask you guys, what if the Halo Battle Royale? What if that would we not want that announced at the Xbox?
Yeah,
I think that would have
exactly.
been a big announcement. I think
Would be
so.
like, nah,
Yeah,
we've
but
seen
dude,
Halo Infinite.
dude.
Nah, I'm good.
Well, this is the thing, right? Halo Infinite is literally smaller than Fallout 76. And you're sitting here telling me that we should have to endure the Lego game again, even though it's failed, and it should be committed to the history books. I don't want to see Halo there. I want to see Fallout 76, the far more popular game.
Well, according to Xbox Most Game Played, it's number 48. just
What's
for
the Lego game you're talking about?
Fallout 76?
Hello.
Just say it.
No, Halo is a Lego game.
We're getting messy. We're getting messy
Get
out
messy.
here.
We get
today.
messy.
We're getting
Okay,
messy.
Lego game. It looks like Roblox in some of those screenshots.
Yeah, Halo Infinite looks like a Roblox mod.
Oh,
There was this one pro.
I couldn't even finish that sentence without laughing.
No, there was a promo screenshot that 343 put out like a month or two before Halo Infinite launched, and it was like a side view of like Master Chief like pointing guns at brutes, and it literally looked like something that some guy made on Roblox. And I'm like, that is not the right, because the game does look way, way, way better than most people give it credit for. All right, there's Rand's poll. And for those that are listening after on Spotify or Apple or Google, he said, do you think Xbox's live service games, Fallout 76, Flight Sim, ESO, and
All of
Sea
them.
of
Like,
Thieves.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
but I only had 100 characters
Should be
to work with.
repeated at Xbox showcases. And then it's like half and half
Cole
right now.
Eastwood on Twitter.com.
Yeah.
Come on, Miles.
At
come
Code
on,
Eastwood.
bro.
And your responses are either yes, love those games, or no, want new announcements. So
I'll put that up on Spotify as well.
yeah.
Good one.
Surprisingly, a game that none of us really mentioned or even really talked about at all was Avowed. Is there a reason for that, you think? I mean, there's a lot of debate going on. Cog, what do you think? Because I know you're you're one of the leaders of the Black Rock, right? The Black Rock movement. You love an Obsidian. Not a lot of talk about Avowed in this podcast, and some of the talk online is a little bit negative. Like, what's your how you feeling about it all?
I loved it. I think that for me, I think where the discourse is coming from is twofold. One, it's people, even I initially thought that this was going to be their take on Elder Scrolls, right? So you're thinking about it's going to have this huge scope that, they're going to do that. We don't have to wait for Elder Scrolls, 6. We're going to get Avowed's take on it. And the first trailer I thought looked really good. We got the, the hand signals, the gestures on the magic and the sorcery that looked really cool. And with this one, I love the narration from that. I believe one of your companions that's going to be a part of it. It's in the Pillars universe. It looks phenomenal. It had the kind of the companion one on each side, kind of going into the fray with you. I think people are mistakenly getting upset about colorful biomes when I've seen a whole bunch of different. I've seen desert, I've seen dungeon, I've seen skeleton-like darker enemies. I thought the magic showed extremely well. And the thing about Skyrim, as much as I love it from a magic standpoint, it's very basic. Pew pew, shoot the fire spell. Pew pew. You know what I mean? It's nothing grandiose. Like what Avowed was giving me was not only dual wielding gunplay, or you could do traditional sword and shield, or you can be a real sorcerer-style magician where you're like using singularity and almost like Mass Effect biotic type powers where you have 6 to 5 enemies suspended in mid. I'm like, bro, are people not seeing what I'm seeing? like you're suspending these enemies and then controlling them. So I like that Obsidian made a fundamental change and said, I think it was Furcos Marquardt that came out and said, look, we had an initial plan for what Avowed was going to be. And then they said, you know what? That's what Bethesda does. Let's do what we do, which are these very rich, maybe hub world style density where you can affect every aspect of change in the story. And that's why people love Outer Worlds and things of that nature. So if you're going to give me a Skyrim level type quest in the Pillars universe with that kind of energy, I am all for it. So if people want to criticize, say, okay, well, maybe graphically it could have looked a little better in some spots. Okay, fine, but it's still, in development as far as I'm concerned. I came away very impressed. I'm super pumped for Obsidian, and I'm gonna say this last thing because I'm Team Obsidian over here. Like, we got to start putting respect on their name for literally carrying the Series X generation and S generation. Like, from their output, everything they've done has been quality. Even I was a skeptic on Grounded. I saw Rand, you and Cole playing, having a bunch of fun. And even I had to bend the knee on Grounded. Like, man, that's good. Say what you want to say about Pentiment. That
So
is a
good.
very good, unique experience that is well done from Josh Sawyer. And then you have Outer Worlds with the comedy and everything that they're going on. So in a way, Obsidian has held them down, and I'm super pumped about it. I just think they got lost in the sauce because, let's be honest, Starfield was so amazing.
Yeah.
It was so overpowering. It's hard to compete, but don't sleep on Obsidian, man. I think Avowed is going to be great. I'm really pulling for it.
I think where Avowed will find its uniqueness, I think it's going to carry the Mass Effect tradition, because they were in the interviews, they were very specific about talking about companion story quests and stuff like that, which is, in the post BioWare world, and I say post BioWare because they haven't done anything for a million years, and I think there's a big question mark over whether BioWare can still deliver those kind of experiences under the current regime at EA, or if they even want to. Like, Dragon Age looks like it's going to be more following the Souls-like tradition than the tactical RPG tradition, which is concerning as a Dragon Age fan. And that's not to say I don't like Souls-likes, but I don't know if I want that from my Dragon Age. Is the branching narrative still going to be there? Is all that kind of choice and consequence going to be there? But I think, and I know that choice and consequence is going to be a thing in Starfield, but there is something that sort of does get lost in when it's a sandbox to that level. I think like what Obsidian will go for is something that's a little bit more cinematic, something a little bit more Mass Effect 2-ish or 3-ish, where it's sort of more focused. Because we saw what happened when Mass Effect tried to they basically tried to open world Mass Effect, right? And it
Andromeda
killed the franchise. Yeah, it basically killed the franchise. Pretty much killed the franchise, and they had to take it on a hiatus, and to the point where we haven't seen another Mass Effect for a million years. What's the next Mass Effect going to look like? And that's because they went too broad. They went too broad and diluted everything that was great about Mass Effect. And I think like with Avowed, they were probably thinking like we should go really broad and then do a Skyrim and stuff. But if you can't get to Skyrim's level, you probably shouldn't even try, because you're just gonna like a poor version of Skyrim. Better to do something that's more focused and more in tune with what the team working on is capable of, because they're still a small team. You got to remember this compared to like your Bethesda Softworks and stuff. And I think like it'll end up being a better game for it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Hey, we do have to shout out Special Nick in the chat. He's here. One of the leaders of Xbox Air. He says, thanks for the invite. Must have gotten lost. Chicago to Australia is a really, really long way for snail mail to try to fly. So it's probably still on its way. But honestly, you had Jez coming on tomorrow. So basically, I figured, you separate you two. Like, you're going to be talking tomorrow. Jez is going to be on there. And then honestly, also, it's kind of like when the Gears collection is announced, you can come back on. Regain your glory, and basically just you roast Jez and me for saying it didn't exist. You can get your payback.
And while we're roasting Nick here, I saw him taking some victory laps of stuff that was announced at the Xbox Game Showcase. Bro, you got some checks you haven't cashed for your boy in that department.
What
I told you that would be some consequences. Ooh. I can't say because I said once and like I wasn't supposed to say or whatever, but he knows. He knows exactly.
Nick knows
what this is.
Okay. So, Jez, you're going to be on Xbox Air tomorrow, right?
I am. Yes, I'll be on Xbox.
Are you
Air.
going to fall asleep and then
because someone's not going to be there?
Are you going to fall asleep and then Nick's going to be like, I can't reach Jez. Can you host the show with me?
I'll try.
That's an Xbox 2 exclusive thing where if you get Rand or Jez on your show, you're like, are they gonna make it? Are they gonna set their alarm?
That's not true about me. Are you serious?
I feel bad when we put them through a Defining Duke. I owe Jez a bunch. Yeah, I feel bad.
I do way more podcasts with Jez than Jez does. Jez hardly does any guest spots.
That's true.
I'm a busy guy, man.
You are
I'm
a busy
not
guy.
just chilling all day playing video games.
You're click. What are you doing? What game are you playing right now in the podcast, during the podcast? Overwatch or Diablo?
I'm playing Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, actually.
Oh, banger alert. Hell yeah.
You're not going to be Persona 5 by the end of the year.
I can't play Persona 5 while I'm podcasting because I can't listen. So
I know, but I'm
playing the hack and slash.
You're not even playing Diablo, your game.
Yeah, but I want to focus on Diablo. Like Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is not exactly, story intensive. I'm playing Diablo. I haven't finished Diablo's campaign yet. Well, I did for the review, but I haven't finished it on my own playthrough. I'm playing it through very methodically, doing all the dungeons and all the side quests. I'm playing it, like a traditional experience, and I want to give that my full attention, Rand.
Okay.
And we're playing Bloodstained Ritual of the Night right now.
All right, good. Colt, how you feeling about Avowed?
Do you like that game?
How are you feeling about Avowed, brother? Is it all right?
I said.
No, I said like... Colt. Does Colt sound like Jez?
Well, sometimes.
That's true.
We do sound very much alike, don't we, Jez?
Sometimes you can't. We mistake them all the time. Yeah.
We do sound very much alike.
So Avowed doesn't look incredible. Like when you first saw it, it looks identical to Elder Scrolls Online to me. When I first saw it, I'm like, this looks a lot like the same art style, the same fidelity, quality. But I also remember Outer Worlds in 2019 on the E3 showcase stage looked okay visually as well. And then when I got hands-on, the game's really great. So I'm a big fan of Obsidian. And if they put in even a portion of the magic that they did with the Grounded team, you get that sort of that pared down Mass Effect, Skyrim type thing that Jez and Cog were talking about. I'm super excited for Avowed. But I can also say, oh, you know, it doesn't look like, it's not going to blow your eyeballs out of the back of your skull by the way it looks. But I was looking at the footage and I was taking screenshots to put in like my graphics library. And I'm like, game looks really, really cool. And everyone's really excited about Immortals of Avium or whatever that's called. That looks like a cool game, but Avowed looks a lot like that in the combat. You've got lift, you've got slam, you've got freeze, you've got fire. So you can kick somebody with your boot. Like,
this is Sparta, bro.
This is Sparta, bro. So Avowed, it looks so awesome. And people who know, I can't remember what I was talking to. I was like, I wanted to say, Avowed never misses. I think I was talking to Gaz. I'm like, Avowed, or Obsidian never misses. Yeah. And then I stopped myself and I go, I said the same thing about Arcane, dang it. But I think we're in a good spot. Avowed's going to be awesome. I just wonder, like, they showed a lot of gameplay, like maybe 8 or 9 different gameplay clips. So does that mean that game comes out like middle of next year, or is it way over into the holiday? And the way Jez was talking about the game last year, I was like, man, could this one make the end of this year or early in 2024? What are you thinking, Jez, by what you saw?
I think with regards to Avowed, I think like they'll probably look at some of the reactions and probably be like, maybe we do need to get this up leveled a bit, maybe, because you have to remember, like, a piece of the discourse that's been going around recently is like, look how much better Starfield looks compared to last year.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I think the way development is structured these days, it's kind of like maybe a lot of the polish and effects go in further towards the end of development. So like we see like how much different Starfield looks. Maybe Avowed will be the same way. Maybe it'll look a low different towards the end of next year when they show it off and maybe do a deep dive or whatever. It looks a lot different to the gameplay footage that me and Rand had previously.
Yeah. I mean,
I say me and
Rand.
Well,
no, it looks similar. I mean, it definitely. I mean, when people ask, "Oh, did you expect it to look like this?" I mean, no, the gameplay clip looked similar. It was very much colorful Skyrim. Like that's kind of the thing. So I wasn't. I think this is part of the problem when you do CGI trailers, right? Because it sets a tone for people, and like that first trailer for Avowed was very dark fantasy, right? Whereas the actual game seems to be more brighter. So it seems like there's a disconnect between what they originally showed and what people thought it would be versus what was actually delivered, which is something we always talked about, the State of Decay 3 trailer, the CGI trailer. It's like, are they biting off more than they can chew when your first thing about State of Decay 3 is something that looks like this? Whenever they do show it again, maybe next year, if that State of Decay 3 doesn't resemble the quality of that trailer, are people going to be disappointed? And that's sort of the problem with CGI trailers, is maybe sometimes they set unrealistic expectations in people's heads that the final product can't really match. And I think that's what you're seeing with Avowed, is like people thought they were getting one thing, and then they get something different. It's like, oh, Skyrim, but it's more kind of a contained fantasy Outer Worlds experience, and that's not what people dreamt in their heads, right?
The only thing I will push back
and this
on,
is why
Sorry. I just want to say one thing. The only thing I'll push back is I think that if I would have got a whimsical vibe from it, like it was like Fable or something like that, then I would kind of agree. I guess I'm just confused by. I was surprised by the pushback. I was surprised by some people felt, hey, it because of the colors in certain biomes that takes away from the experience. So that was just the only thing that really surprised me. But I thought it was going to be fine. But continue, Jez. I'm sorry.
Nah, I was just going to reiterate how like me and Rand have been back and forth on this before about how some of Microsoft's CGI sometimes hurts them. You know, like I'm right now like looking at State of Decay. The CGI for State of Decay was incredible, and they kind of create the impression that the game's going to look like that. And I think that's unfair to the team because it probably is not going to look like that. It's probably going to look, you know, more simplistic like State of Decay 2, I would guess. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know a damn thing about that game. Studio is very, very secretive, very good at keeping their secrets, you know. So it could go either way at the end of the day. We just need to wait and see. But I would think like some of this stuff's maybe a product of the old Microsoft, because one of the things they didn't do for this show was they didn't do any CGI, basically. They didn't do CGI for Towerborn, they didn't do CGI for some of the other games. And I think that's a much better way to go, because in the I feel like it was the Division that started this. Because, you know, the whole downgrade narrative, right? Because the very first Division teaser, the downgrade stuff. The very first Division teaser looked a lot different to the way the finished product looked.
I would say it was Watch Dogs.
It
was Watch Dogs that I think started that, actually.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Watch Dogs. I was getting them mixed up because all Ubisoft games are the same. But
both of them were prominently that. Yeah.
But I think like Microsoft's getting out of that mentality now, and they've probably heard that criticism, which is why like some of their new games, like Clockwork, for example, they didn't do CGI for that. They were just like in engine. We know how it looks and all that kind of stuff. That being said, the Fable CGI reveal actually does look quite close to what the gameplay looks like. So, well, I guess we just need to wait and see on that.
Am I the only one here who was really high on Avowed at the Xbox?
No, I am.
Okay.
My problem is just the visuals weren't elevated up, but I was glad it also wasn't like Cog talks about that original reveal trailer. I was worried to be like, over here, my liege, and like be very drab, like Chivalry or what were some of those RPGs where you just have the shiny armor and brown pants, and I like the colorful thing, but I'm super excited about the gameplay loop. Miles, you know, because we both like the Obsidian games the same way. I'm super excited, but I want to hear Miles.
Yeah, Obsidian has been one of the most consistent developers in recent history. The fact that they can put out high quality games that fast, nobody else is really delivering on that level. So I know I've seen some people talk about the scope of Avowed, and that's a big concern, is people say, oh, what if it's like the Outer Worlds? I love the Outer Worlds. I think the Outer Worlds, in terms of companions and the quests associated with the people you interact with in the world, that was what I loved about like original Bethesda. Like, in fact, I liked the companions in the Outer Worlds more than I liked most Bethesda companions. And that was a huge feat. Like, that is a hard thing to do because that has been the backbone of a lot of Bethesda RPGs. So for Obsidian to come out with the Outer Worlds and really elevate that, that got me excited. And I love the scope. I love that it was focused. I love that it was a nice solid 25-ish hours and you could really digest it. So for me, when I look at that and I think about a high fantasy version of that, I get excited. And the combat that we saw with the magic really delivering a power fantasy that we don't typically see in a lot of high fantasy RPGs. It's sword and board typically with some spells, but Avowed seems to really be delivering that Doctor Strange type feel where you are just this walking arsenal of magic. And I thought that looked really cool. And I thought it was really exciting to see a good chunk of gameplay. Because one of the big complaints from a lot of fans at the show is we didn't see a lot of combat from the stuff that we did see. We didn't see a lot of in-action combat. And Avowed was one of those moments where we did. We saw a lot of in-action combat for it. And I thought it looked great. So Obsidian so far has really delivered for me. Carrie Patel is the director of this. She worked on some of the DLC and some of the quests for the Outer Worlds originally. And so this is like her first foray as a full-on game director. So I'm really excited to see what she does because, yeah, I'm someone who loved the Outer Worlds. Really, really loved the Outer Worlds. And when you say that this is going to be a high fantasy version of that, I'm excited.
Let's go.
Yeah. So let's see. Let's look at the poll. We have 548 votes. Do you think Xbox's live service games, Fallout 76, Flight Sim, Elder Scrolls Online, and whatever else, should be at repeated Xbox showcases? And 53% say no, want new announcements. While 47%
I want your
say...
resignation. I want your resignation on my desk by tomorrow morning, Miles.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
No!
That's pretty close. That's
is
pretty much split.
Yeah,
that's pretty split.
yeah.
That is pretty close.
And Miles hates me, and I understand that, but I do. I do. I that's why I led up to that. Like, I do appreciate that there are million. I said that in my video on Wednesday. There are so many millions that are in those games, and they love them. Those are like their games they play. Like, right, Rand, when we talk about games like Fallout 76 or those service-based games, like, people spend most of their time in that game, and they don't play a lot of other titles, and those games are really important to them. But I'm like, if you put it on the extended showcase, they still get a nice big a piece of love, I suppose.
Yeah, but I think it's also it's part of Xbox's identity. It's like, you have these games, they're always here. They help pay for the games that we want to see and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I get why they're there. So really quickly, you don't have to go in. I'm just going to ask you for a game that you want to shout out because you thought it looked interesting. You don't got to go any more in depth. You just be like another game. It could be third party or an indie that you thought really, showcased well and has you interested. Colt, I'll go with you. Is there another game of the show that was like, all right, that's cool, I want to play that?
Yeah, I mean, the Star Wars Outlaw looks really, really great, and its gameplay showing a day or two later was fantastic. And that's a multi-plat that everybody gets to play, and it's just really cool. It's like that Star Wars 1313 or whatever it was called that got shelved. It's like we finally kind of get something to replace that. And I think that's kind of an outlier. Like, hey, I could be excited about that. You know, it's
considering
got that whole...
you didn't like the last Star Wars game that just came out very much.
Well, I mean, Jedi Survivor runs just really horribly and has like a lot of open-ended areas more than the very finely tuned Fallen Order. But yeah, I'm excited about Outlaws.
Yeah,
let's hear those multi-plats.
Yeah, Miles, what do you think? What was another game that you're?
I mean, one I mentioned this briefly, but the one that's still that's stuck with me almost in the same level of South of Midnight was Path of the Goddess, Kumitsugami.
Yeah,
might be butchering that, but Capcom's new IP, Japanese fantasy folklore, weird. You have a katana that also has a pom-pom at the end. I have a lot of questions about what we saw, but that it reminds me of, if you're an OG Xbox fan, this is the closest thing that we've gotten to Otage since Otage. And that, when I saw that, I was like, oh, you're doing something for me. You're getting me riled up, Capcom. Keep feeding me, all right? Capcom has been absolutely killing everything that they touch. So when I see Capcom go into that well in that style,
And I know you love it because you're going to be able to bring the crew, the Frogsons, the Cartmyas and stuff.
Oh, co-op, god damn.
You're going to be crewing it up. Cog, is there another game at the show that you want to?
I get this flex a little bit because I was told, when the Sega and Microsoft Azure partnership happened, it's just cloud.
Who was saying those things, Cog?
Who's saying that?
Who's saying timeline. Certain people always rolling up, talking about it's just cloud. There's no games gonna come of this. And to see the Sega relationship flourish, we had Atlas debut basically a new IP, right? On their stage. And for me personally, I'm such a fan of Ichiban and Yakuza Like a Dragon and the turn-based, silly, over-the-top nature. And to see, Infinite Wealth, it was a goofy trailer, but the reason why it's so important is because those games historically miss the Xbox platform. They don't come on, and to see it launch, even though that one wasn't particular Game Pass, the other ones were, but to see them really invested in the Xbox ecosystem gives me hope, especially with that Sega relationship. So I'm a Sega kid. I loved all of that stuff and the Persona games, and huge deal for Atlas's presence to be like that. And it shows they are making inroads in Japan, and the boots on the ground stuff is working. And Game Pass, from their standpoint, they're liking what they're seeing, Atlas and Sega and that kind of stuff. So salute to them.
Yeah. Jez, another game? Anything else you want to shout out?
Actually, remember if this was in the show or not, but I kind of want to give Lies of P a shout out. Was that in the show?
That was not in the show, but you can go ahead.
Yeah, well, the reason I want to give it a shout out is because I've been playing the demo the last couple of days, and I played a lot of like I don't know what you call them, Souls likes that aren't FromSoft games. This was the first one that really gave me a true, oh, this really does feel like classic Dark Souls kind of thing. So I've played some of the others, and I really like the side-scrolling Souls likes. I've been playing Hollow Knight religiously the last couple of weeks because it runs really, really well on the Asus ROG without tanking the battery. If you want to call it a Souls-like, I mean, it has Souls-like inspiration, I guess, but it's not really a full-blown Souls-like. But anyway, Liza P demo. I want to give it a shout out because the demo's really awesome. The demo's on Xbox Live now, and it's also on the Microsoft Store on Steam. It's basically everywhere you can get it. And I want to give it a shout out because they're launching scarily close to Starfield. So like, I kind of wonder, like, is that gonna hurt the game? So I kind of I almost feel bad for them.
Well, it was supposed to launch
originally
in August, and then they had to delay it. So,
well, that's the thing. Like, Starfield got delayed too. So like, they kind of end up lining up in a sort of a scary kind of way. But I hope like Souls fans will check it out because I think it's really, really fun.
they did announce on Twitter that it has been downloaded 1 million times, the demo.
So that's really
So there is a
encouraging.
lot of
I
interest.
think a lot of people have been. I've seen some people saying like, "Oh, the dodge is janky," but it's like the game's not really designed around dodging. It's all about blocking now. This one, because you take chip damage and you can recover chip damage by dealing damage. So it's more like about blocking and using dodge on very specific attacks and stuff. Once you can get out of that mindset of like, oh, I've got to dodge everything and get the iframes or whatever, I started really enjoying it because initially it was like kind of hard to change up the muscle memory. But yeah, I just wanted to give that game a shout out. But I suppose if we're doing from the showcase, I want to give Towerborn a shout out.
Okay.
Yeah.
As formerly known as Wandering Tower, which I believe was the working title. I think Towerborn's a much cooler title, to be fair. That's giving me the Castle Crashers vibe, man. I played that game so much with my brother back in the day. So like, I'm hoping this will sort of carry that tradition over and, get some buddies, play some co-op, smash some dudes, and have some fun. I thought Towerborn looked really cool.
Yeah. Someone actually did in chat say there's a lack of Towerborn discussion going on here, so I hope you enjoyed that. For me, got a risk of Jez calling me a hipster. I mean, there was a couple ones like 33 Immortals and like the whole 33 co-op. Do you have a crew that big, Miles, to get 33 people to play? I'm
gonna have to call on the Xbox 2 community and the Twitter community. I got a squad, but I don't got a 33-man squad on tap for that.
So there's
we'll need to organize the Xbox 2 Discord to get 33 people on for that game.
So that game was really intriguing.
We played it at the showcase.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I don't know,
think?
Cog, did you get to play 33?
That's about it.
Now you got to give me that exclusive, bro.
Yeah, let's go.
So I got to sit in a room with 3 people plus Paris Lily and Ray from Xbox Ready, and we got to sit down with the developer. I think he's from France. This really small team, and he was on the headset explaining how they built the game and how they kind of took cues from Hades. And we played 6-player, and he said it's way better when you get lots of people in, and you can have a character that shoots a bow, 1, 2, 3 shot, recall your arrows, 1, 2, 3, recall them, or you can have a sword, and it gets pretty chaotic, and you go in and do a dungeon or two, and after a couple dungeons, you've raised the anger of the bosses, and they just start barraging the map, and you have to survive for like a minute of chaos, and it's a pretty cool looking little game, cool. And it's just really, it's one of those things I think that a lot of people are going to be really excited about, and it's kind of one of those things it'll be like a little sleeper hit. That 33 Immortals is pretty cool. I don't know how much I'd play it, but we'll give it a shot.
So
I'm looking forward to the sequel, 1 versus 100.
Yeah, 1 versus 100. So that was something that was interesting to me, as well as Jusant from Dontnod, the little climbing game. But a game that kind of stuck out even now, Still Wakes the Deep. Narrative horror adventure,
yes.
Miles.
Yeah, yeah.
Stuck on an
Speak
oil
on it,
rig.
dude.
Oh man, dude, I'm
Gonna get Miles to review that.
I am so there. I am so there. So I know we've been here a while, and I'm surprised everybody's still here. Colt, I told you guys you could leave whenever you wanted if you wanted to. So we still have Patreon questions to get to, and there's some super chats to read. So if any of you guys wanna bounce, we could I could do the outros and thank you for being here. Do you want to stay and do the rest of the show? I don't know how long the rest of the show is. Could be another hour for all I know. However long this. You do got to roll, Cog?
Yeah, I do got to roll.
All right, so. Bro, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you for taking time out of your day, 3 hours to come talk about Xbox and all that stuff.
Has it been 3 hours?
I mean, pretty much, yeah. It's been 3 hours. So
2.5?
No, it's been 3. I think
it's been a full 3.
It's full 3.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So, like I said, Cole, I'm surprised you're still here. So, Cog, love you, bro. I'm so thankful for you to jump on the show with us. Link to Iron Lords is in the description, as you should follow them because they're the best Xbox podcast on YouTube by far. And I know Sovereign's gonna hate that. But let everybody know what you got.
Smile and wave, Cog.
What you got going on?
Look, man, it's first of all, this is a phenomenal show, phenomenal panel. We got Miles Dompier, one of the best last names in the business.
Dumper.
We got to throw that French twang on it, man. Come on. Then we got my man Colt Eastwood, more than gameplay. So cool to link with him again in the flesh. Of course, Jez Corden, Windows Central's own. So pleasant. It was so cool to actually give Jez a hug. I'm like, finally. You know what I'm saying? I meet this man. We talk. We had a good conversation. I think Matt Booty was over there when we talked as well.
I can't remember.
Yeah, it was. We had a lot of spirits.
Yeah, we had. People kept coming up and saying, "Oh, Jez, I bought you a drink." I ended up having like 15 and spending the night on the bathroom floor, man.
Shout out to Idle Sloth, bro. He was making it. He kept coming back with him. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, salute to them.
That was awesome.
And of course, Rand Outdoor, man. You the homie. Always love talking games with you. It's just been fun, man. It's a great time. It's cool to see the Xbox community completely rejuvenated. The future looks bright, and it's funny what a month or two can do, right? It shows you how it's just a different energy right now. Hopefully, we'll see what happens with ABK and everything else. But this is shaping up a good year for them, and the future looks bright. So. Thanks for the invite. One of my favorite podcasts, the Xbox 2. Always honored to be a part of anything you guys do, and much love to everybody in the chat, man. Everybody showed out today. This was dope.
Thank you for being here, Cognito. Colt, do you wanna head out too, or you're gonna stay?
Yeah, I mean, before Cog goes, yeah, I would. Thanks to so nice to, handshakes and hugs and just sitting around and talking and hanging out in person is amazing. Such a privilege to be here on the #1 Xbox podcast.
Please, that's XNC,
next
sir.
to the number 2, which
Xbox podcast.
No. I think Ryan McCaffrey's got something to say about that.
Change the ranking, and me being on the number 17th Xbox podcast. That's pretty awesome to have my own. No, I'm just kidding. I really this 3 hours flew.
Yeah.
Now I can see how you guys do these 9-hour podcasts. But no, I'm really happy. My quote unquote YouTube career has basically been based off of many years of Xbox just not sticking the landing and knowing that they had this potential they just need to finally realize, and the beast is woken up, and I'm really happy because I want to play these great games, and they're looking good, and we can be excited. We can stop tempering expectations, and shout out to your audience for being amazing and contributing to the show. We really appreciate all of you guys.
On XNC again, it's been a while.
I told Jez that I'll pick a day where I do XNC like 5 hours earlier than normal. Just take some time off work so you and me and him could just sit down and do XNC for an hour or two, and because everybody wants to hear that conversation when you guys come in, but we really appreciate it. Shout out to Dante in the chat, who's hung out with me like the whole week and is probably sick of hearing me talk and crack jokes, but yeah, thanks for having us on. And Miles, a true friend. Miles, one of the other very few people I've met in person. Miles has always been the one of the biggest smiles in the community, and we love you, Miles.
Miles is the best.
Appreciate all you guys. I mean, obviously, I guess I'll probably dip out as well since we want to make sure that the Xbox 2 community has its intimate.
Oh yeah, we did that
intimate
for
time with
3.5
Jez
hours
and
on
Rand,
Tuesday. But yeah,
But yeah, I mean, obviously, this, like I said at the start, this is a group of some of my favorite people to talk video games about. Rand, we've been hanging out in party chats and stuff. We DM all the time. Jez,
exclusively
we talk
not
pretty
on
much
Xbox.
every single day. So it's an awesome to be here sharing this moment where the energy is positive. The chat's been amazing. Everyone's been having fun. We've been having some fun at the expense of each other a little bit, which I really greatly appreciate because it's, again, this panel is just a bunch of friends talking about video games, and that's the dream. That's why so many people tune into the Xbox 2 is because that's what it feels like. I always tell the story about before I was, quote, in the industry, I was working in sales and marketing, and I did a lot of commuting in Southern California, and I would put the Xbox 2 podcast on, and I was just some random person listening to the Xbox 2 years ago. And so it's funny and weird to years later be someone who's on the show. So appreciate everyone. Yeah, if you don't know, I have my own channel now, YouTube channel, youtube.com/MilesDompierre. If you haven't subscribed to that, check that out. But other than that, yeah, appreciate all you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for being on. I loved it. You guys are all amazing. Links in the description. Make sure you go sub to each one. Everybody already subbed to Colt Eastwood, but still, if you haven't subbed to Colt or ILP or Miles' new channel, where he's going to have Neo GameSpark on tomorrow for Xbox Chatterdays. That is going to be a very good listen.
Nice.
I got some hard Mountain Dew on
Neo's
deck,
cool.
so we're gonna have some fun.
So thank you guys so much for being here. And Jez, I guess it's time to finish
Thank you,
off
everybody.
the rest
All
of the
right,
show. Let's see. Let's get to the rest of these super chats because we have a lot of them. Look at there's all the clicks.
Ew,
Everybody's
yeah.
leaving. Now it's just
Thanks
me.
to everyone who joined.
Yeah. Now it's just me and you, Jez. All right.
Intimate times.
We got Robert Kellert said, playing stuff like Final Fantasy 16 and Zelda at 30 FPS made me realize how spoiled we got with performance mode. 30 FPS is fine if it's stable and solid. Bigfootman 14, love each and every one of you Xbox Avengers. Quick question, how was the hold the line movement at LA? Well, I think you could speak to that. How was that? Was the hold the line movement strong in LA?
It was. Yes, it was. It was so cool seeing Aaron rocking the T-shirt. To know that Xbox is like this big corporation, but he's still so embedded and interested in the community. That's something placed. I mean, it's not controversial to say. That's just something Nintendo and PlayStation do not have. They just do not have that kind of camaraderie and that sort of interaction with the grassroots fans that Xbox does. And that's what makes covering Xbox so fun, and so exciting. So to see all that was just great, and bless him, King was right. Everyone should have held the line.
Yeah.
Hold the line.
Nighthawk says, shout out to Colt. Starfield's going to be great. Big Furman says, why wasn't Scalebound at the show? Because we wanted a good show. That's why. So that's why Scalebound wasn't there. Lucas says, about the expiration, there is a system that generates encounters. Handcrafted content is procedurally inserted as you explore. It's not just about collecting resources and making bases. The one and only Ralph Wiggum. Hope you guys have an amazing show. I look up to all you guys. I can't wait to check it out after work. Chinook Guy. Xbox were really hands-on with Starfield, and they learned from that. I want to know how hands-on they are with other Bethesda games. Yeah, I want to see what id's working on, because Phil seemed to be very excited to talk about id on his Giant Bomb interview.
That's true.
Dave Ramos is just saying, thanks, great show, great guests. I mean, they made the whole show. Colt, Miles, Cog. I mean, they made the show as good as it was. Because otherwise, it'd just been another Rand and Jez episode, and nobody wants that. You get that every week. This was something special. Jericho says, Matt Booty did say they wanted State of Decay 3 to compete visually on the Friends Per Second podcast. I do remember that.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. J-Boy says, so none of you ever played Pillars of Eternity. And I would say, Jez, you've played Pillars, correct? It's one of the reasons you were excited for Avowed.
Yes, I've put dozens of hours into Pillars, but then my save got corrupted. So I had to start over, So I've never gotten around to finish it, but I've just about gotten back to where I was, which I think is the druidy kind of area, I think. So I put a lot into that universe and that game. My save got corrupted. It's still buggy and kind of janky and stuff. I kind of want them to release a remastered or re-release version of it, because I do think it could use a bit of love, but I don't know. There's probably looking backwards, but we'll see. Pillars is a great game, and it's highly recommended, but you should probably play it on Steam rather than other platform.
Chinook guy said, would Obsidian benefit from Creation Engine, or does Unreal Engine fit them better? I mean, Unreal probably fits them better. Aramix says...
They've worked on Creation before, of course, with New Vegas.
They have.
But I've got this conspiracy theory that the next Fallout game will come from Obsidian. And I think it'll probably come sooner than people expect.
I mean, maybe. That'd be nice, because waiting
conspiracy.
for Fallout 5 from Todd is probably going to be a long time. In the 2030s at some point. So, Aramix says, what are your guys' thoughts on the one more thing? Do you think Xbox should have given us one crazy thing before the Starfield Direct? Or do you think they worried no one would talk about it because Starfield was that good? Maybe a little bit of both. Like, start with the 45-minute Direct with Starfield being the dominant conversation. They probably felt, well, it might overshadow the one more thing. And in any other year, if the Starfield Direct was, say, a month from now, I bet you Clockwork Revolution would have been the one more thing. So.
Yeah, maybe.
Good old Collingwood said, Rand, regret not going maybe next year? Yeah, I mean, seeing everybody there and stuff, and yeah, I would have liked to have gone, for sure. Next year is always, on the table. We got Hargeet saying, just FYI, Flight Sim 2024 is a new game. Indeed it is. Lancelot says, Midvowed? I don't know about Midvowed. Oh, man, they're coming out like Red Fail and stuff. Brendan, best part of Saturday morning Australia is waking up to a new episode of Xbox 2. I'm rock hard. Have a good show, guys. Hold on. Pause. What? Wait a minute here.
Excuse me.
Wait a minute.
Bro. Whoa.
Wow. RRD says, is it me or did Hellblade look 30 FPS? I would imagine it, even if
that's something I've heard going around, is Hellblade 30 FPS.
Well, I would imagine in a showcase they're probably going to show it at the best visual quality, which would be 30. And if anything, they might have a performance mode that people can play. But if you want to show the game off, you're going to show it off in that 30 mode. Fried Melon says, sorry to bring it up and dull the mood. I got to get your insight on this at this point in time. Do you think the ABK deal closes? I think it's 50-50. Yeah, I mean, like, real briefly, there is an Xbox update about this. The FTC filed an injunction, and it's going to be heard by a judge, I believe, like next week. There's going to be like 4 days or 5 days of trials or whatever. She's going to hear the case. And it sounds like if she grants the injunction, then the deal's most likely dead for good. Microsoft will probably pay Activision the breakup fee and move on. But if she doesn't, I think it's a woman. I think it's the same judge that did the gamer case. But if she doesn't grant the injunction, then the FTC probably will drop the case potentially, or Xbox and Microsoft will feel like they can close it. And then I don't know what happens with the CMA and stuff. And if you listen to a lot of people well versed on the subject matter, a lot of people think FTC doesn't have a case and that the judge won't grant the injunction. So
about the CMA.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It could come to a head. It sounds like it's all coming down to like the last week of June or like the early in July. We'll know for sure. Because if they do grant the injunction, it's all over. It doesn't matter what the CMA says. Like it's completely done and over with. So
I'm gonna pre-write an article that says they've cancelled the deal.
You're gonna do that?
Yeah, I'm gonna. I don't think it's happening.
So what do you think happens with this FTC thing? Do you think they file she grants the injunction? Do you think
I think she'll grant the injunction?
You think she'll grant the injunction, even though like most legal experts be like, they don't have a case for it?
America's crazy, bro.
Not as crazy as the CMA. Do you see the CMA just approved Amazon's purchase of Rombo or whatever it is?
Oh, the iRobot thing.
Yeah.
So Amazon's allowed to own the entire smart home market, but
apparently cloud gaming, bro. Well, it's because Amazon, who they protecting, right? So, yeah. We'll find out. We'll find out soon enough what happens with all that stuff. Let's see what else here we got. Crazy says, "Do you think we'll ever get a Starfield MMO?" What do you think, Jez? Starfield MMO, possibly.
Starfield MMO? I don't think so. I don't think so personally. I mean, it's a kind of perfect game world to have multiplayer, really, because it's kind of doing what Star Citizens failed to deliver and what Elite Dangerous couldn't deliver. But, you know, the creation engine just isn't designed for multiplayer, and we still see that with Fallout 76. The jank in Fallout 76 is still there, even though like they've put a ton of work into it and a lot of great content has gone into that game. It's just not designed for multiplayer, so I don't know. But I would personally think that would be an absolutely killer game. I mean, the people want that. People want that experience, and that's why like there's $500 million has been backed into Star Citizen, because that's the promise Star Citizen's given you. It's a Starfield with multiplayer, and you know, they've delivered sort of parts of a game, and they are gradually working towards it. But it's like, how many more years of development we're talking about? Another 10 years before they can get there? I don't know. It's interesting. I guess we'll see.
Chris R says, "I've tried 3 times to get into the first Hellblade and couldn't. I really need Hellblade to improve the combat, hoping to see more soon." Hush Al Ghul says, "Starfield is CPU heavy, not GPU. 1 hour behind." I think he said he's 1 hour behind listening to the podcast. Justin said, "Phil mentioned in the Giant Brown interview that he really likes the live crowd shows. Do you think they go back to the live showcases at some point as opposed to the more polished pre-recorded ones?" I don't think so.
That's a good question.
I think they really enjoy the savings of not having a live show and all that stuff. And it's personally, because I think in a situation like this with E3 essentially being dead and stuff, there's no, unless they bring back XO as a live event later in the year or something, I don't really see E3 or the June thing being a live show ever again. And the developer directs will always be recorded.
Well, dude, there were still hundreds of people there watching it on a TV.
Sure.
Like, they had the people, and it was still like, it still must have been quite expensive to put on, because they had to set everything up, and you know, they had like all the press rooms and stuff. I suppose the only difference was they didn't have like gaming stations where you could try out the games and stuff. But I personally think they probably will go back to live events. I think they will.
Okay.
I think they will.
Well, that's all right.
Rent the Garland Center out like the old days.
Maybe they could.
Garland Center, whatever.
Dante says, "Both Phil and Todd seem to be hyped, mentioning an unannounced project from id this week. Any ideas or guesses as to what that project might be? Great show as always, gents." I mean, you know,
It has to be Hexen.
Hexen, Phil was wearing the t-shirt. Wouldn't that be something? I mean, you can always say Doom, although the Doom storyline seemed to wrap up in the DLCs. And there's always the rumors about Quake. I mean, maybe they bring back Hexen. Who knows? Well, whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be really, really good, though. Regulator says, "Starfield being a single-player shooter and not multiplayer shooter, 30 FPS is not damaging how I feel about the game being 30 FPS. Trixar for Trey says, "Do you think Xbox will be at TGS or Gamescom?" They'll be at both. I don't know if they'll have a lot to show, but I think they'll be at both. Right, Jez?
Yeah, they'll probably have a small presence at Gamescom. Gamescom is like much smaller than it was before the pandemic. I think things will gradually go back to normal though as developers start, you know, having stuff to show off. But their presence was tiny last year, very, very small. The smallest I've ever seen it, I think. But yeah, we'll see. They've actually got some games to show this time, so.
Yeah, they still have stuff to announce, like Age of Empires 4 console version, and maybe talk about Aura History Untold and stuff, right? So there's some things there.
Those would be. They could detail more flight sim features for 2024 as well.
Yeah, Chinook Guy says, "Xbox are really hands-on with Starfield, and they learned from that. I want to know how hands-on they are with other Bethesda games." I think I just read that, but yeah. And we have Patreon as well. So shout out to everybody on Patreon, patreon.com/Xbox2 or XB2. Links in the description. We will be having Paris Lily on for Xbox 2+1 on Tuesday, June 20th, regular time. We're going to have him for a short amount of time because he's a busy dude. So I think we got a little bit, like an hour with him. So that'll be on Tuesday. And then we'll have Xbox 2 Ultimate probably the week after. So looking forward to talking with Paris about everything Xbox related. So let's get into some of these Patreon questions, Jez. Let me load up the comments here. And if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button and please subscribe as well. Laser Wolf says, what was your favorite third-party game shown last weekend? I know people like to shit on Ubisoft, but both their Avatar and Star Wars games looked really good to me. I mean, Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 by far.
You know what? I'm gonna pick Star Wars.
Really?
I think that Star Wars game, the Star Wars game looked really good. And I'm kind of rooting for Ubisoft now because I've been shitting on them for years. I've been shitting on Ubisoft. Remember?
You have been. Yeah.
I have been, and I kind of like. I'm rooting for them now. I'm kind of like this looked different. It looked inspired. It looked like they kind of got their groove back and then building something new and it looked super authentic Star Wars. So yeah, I'm all about that. And they're kind of like there hasn't been an open world Star Wars game kind of on that sort of level before. I mean, they even described it as the first open world Star Wars game, and I'm kind of like thinking, wouldn't that be Battlefront, kind of? I don't know, but yeah, I'm excited for that. So that'll be my pick. Did we miss someone's super chat from Leonardo?
Yeah, I see it. He says Fable to be rated teen. So far, it's Peggy 16. So I don't know. I don't know what the rating will be for Fable.
Yeah,
we still got a couple years out for that.
Wait and see.
Mine would be, like I said, Alan Wake 2, easily. So, I mean, favorite third-party game, yeah. I was going to say Starfield, but, that's first party, and you can play it first or third. So, it would be Alan Wake 2. Jay Foley, how long of a show do you guys think Xbox will need if they acquire ABK? Also want to thank you both for helping me get through my work day. Well, we want to thank you for listening. Are you talking about, like, a round table kind of thing? Or, like, how long would an Xbox showcase need to be to also include ABK? Because honestly, I don't think it needs to be any longer, really. Right?
They wouldn't include Blizzard stuff in there because Blizzard has BlizzCon.
Yeah.
And BlizzCon is one of the biggest gaming conventions on Earth.
And COD has their own events.
So they're not. Yeah, Call of Duty has their own events. Although I honestly think they would put Call of Duty into the Xbox events to associate with the brand.
I'm sure they would for the first couple times. Yeah, they would.
Yeah. And then the other game studios, I mean, maybe they would need a little bit more time, but the trailers are pretty short and quick, and I guess it reduces the chance of them doing influencer stuff and movie trailers and that kind of.
Yeah, well, this show was, the main show was a little bit shorter because they had the 45-minute deep dive. I would imagine if there was no Starfield Direct, it probably would have been a little bit longer. Maybe they show more indie games or something, but I don't think it needs to be that much longer. But, I mean, there are a lot of content because they would have, like, 33 studios. So, I mean, Jez is right. Maybe Blizzard sticks to BlizzCon and Call of Duty has their own thing. Although I do agree with Jez. They would put Call of Duty in the Xbox show just to try to get that association. Tricks Are for Trey says, I think Xbox missed an opportunity to grab new players by not showing the Halo Infinite Season 4 trailer. With Halo not being shown the past couple of years, it feels like Xbox has given up on Halo Infinite. What are your thoughts? Not Jez, though. Lol, just kidding.
I was just gonna say Halo's dead. Nah, I think the thing about Halo is they know that the fans that are going to play Halo Infinite, they're engaged enough to check out Season 4 wherever they put it. And I think when they come back with Halo, they need to come back really strong. They need to come back with, gusto and confidence. The kind of way we've had a Starfield Direct, there needs to be like a Halo Infinite 2 Direct, more, Infinite Direct or whatever you want to call it. And really explain what the future of Halo looks like, because they have done that community really dirty, I think. and Microsoft knows it. They know it really, really painfully. They know it. So I think when Phil talked about how they want to wait until 343 is ready to show off something, something that they can be truly proud of, because everything they do for Halo Infinite right now is kind of an apology, and I don't think like apologies are kind of make for a great part of the showcase, but we'll see. I do genuinely think Halo will turn around eventually. I think eviscerating the leadership layer was absolutely necessary for Halo to find itself again. Maybe shrinking the team a little bit, too many chefs spoil the broth kind of thing, and build a more focused game using support studios and stuff like that. But I think it's going to take time. It's going to take time for Halo to get back on its feet, and I think the patience will be rewarded in the end.
I kind of agree. I don't know if you can just run a regular Season 4 trailer and put that there. I think you bring Halo back when it has something newer to show. A lot of the Halo content creators kind of feel a certain way. Like it's like, oh, Halo's not there, and it feels like maybe Xbox has given up on it, but Xbox is bigger than Halo at this point. But we know whenever their next project is, whether it's certain Affinity stuff or something else, they would show back up. Yeah, but who knows when that will be. Rusty1 says, hey, Jeremy Corden and Randall Hipster. I thought the showcase was great, but what were your thoughts on the Fable trailer, being a big fan of the Fable franchise? My initial reaction was, what the hell? Was this seem more of a cutscene than gameplay? And right now the trailer is more dislikes than likes on YouTube. And I know people will say it was gameplay, but little 1 seconds of gameplay is not enough. If you're going to show gameplay, give me more of a demo. I think Aaron Greenberg tweeted about no CGI made me think we were getting more actual gameplay than we ultimately got from Fable and Hellblade. Thanks, Laz. Well, so the reason it has more dislikes than likes is because it basically was picked up by bad faith people talking about the beauty of the main character and the discussion around that. That's why it's basically the anti-woke crowd has latched on to Fable as a talking point.
Yeah, it's so cringe. But they were never going to play the game anyway, and their opinions just do not matter at all. So the dislike ratio on YouTube is like, who cares? I haven't seen any negativity from anyone whose opinion really matters. But I do agree that I kind of wish we'd seen a little bit more from how the gameplay flows, because it does look a little bit too good to be true right now. It was giving me that Watch Dogs vibe, and when we actually do see gameplay, will it be, quote unquote downgraded or whatever? But I'm pretty excited for it. The writing seems absolutely on point, and Richard Ayoade is a god in my eyes. Absolutely hilarious, and everything he does is amazing. So I'm not really worried about it for that reason, and just ignore the dumbass.
Yeah, I get people, because Aaron was like, we got no CGI, just in-game and in-engine, and they labeled this one in-game, so that does have a lot to live up to, like that fidelity and the way it looks. And yeah, it's like I don't fault people for looking at that and being like, that's not real, that's CGI, right? And always have a healthy dose of skepticism is a good thing. And Xbox will just have to, prove it whenever the game comes out, or whenever we have an extended demo to show, like, hey, wouldn't it be cool? Like, oh, this was the area from the trailer. Look, it looks just like the same. I think it was gameplay, but they showed it at angles that made it look more cinematic. And it looks really good to the point where people are like, that can't be real. The proof will be in the pudding eventually. And if Xbox deceives people by labeling it in game and not in engine, then people will come at them. So they're not going to escape by on that one. Silas says, good day, multimedia superstar Jez and Randall Hipster. Jez, how do you plan on handling the Starfield review? In terms of how much time you or your assigned reviewer deem necessary to accurately score the game. With all the systems and bevy of content, I can't imagine anyone will have the time to dig enough into the game to experience everything on offer.
Well, I have a really big team at the moment. Well, comparatively big. I've been given more budget and we've grown the team. So what I would hope is that the review period is going to be generous. Like the review period for Diablo was like 3 weeks or something. I've never had a video game review period that long that I can remember.
I mean, Halo was.
I'm hoping that's
Halo was a month.
Yeah, Halo.
We got
Halo
access to
pretty
Halo
big
Infinite
too.
for like a month.
Yeah, I didn't review that though.
No,
so.
you didn't.
And also, you can complete Halo in like 5 minutes.
Sure,
so
but I mean, you had the game for a month.
But-
Or at least we had the game for a month.
Yeah. But for Starfield, I think having about a month is pretty critical. And given the fact that Microsoft's been polishing the hell out of it since December, from what I've heard, I'm hoping that the review program starts sooner rather than later, or maybe in August.
I would have to start sometime in August, preferably at least 3 weeks. Minimum of 2 weeks,
Yeah.
but you probably want at least 3 weeks to play that game, right?
Yeah, I think 2 weeks just won't be enough. But I will say that I've already thought about how I'm planning to review it, and I'm gonna write a fucking book about that game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write a paginated review, which means my review is gonna have pages.
Ooh.
It's gonna be like 10,000 words, and I'm gonna go mental with that review. I wrote 5,000 words for Diablo, I think. I'm gonna write 10,000 words for Starfield. We'll see. We'll
All
see.
right. Tharsman,
Depends how
Jez,
much time I'm giving them.
can you recommend a durable headset with dual source mixing? I like having my phone accessible while also listening to my console or computer. I love the Xbox headset, but only works on Xbox. I need something I could hook up to my computer, Switch, and PS5. Ideally, Bluetooth and dongle for quicker swaps. I've tried the Turtle Beach 700 Gen 2, but its build quality is garbage, and both units I own broke in exactly the same way. If you can't answer off the top of your head, consider this a request for a Windows Central article on headsets with such a feature.
Okay, well, you're not going to be able to get that without paying extra. So, like, if you don't mind paying a bit extra, the Turtle Beach Stealth Pro, which came out recently, is very good, very durable, steel construction, and it does have some of those features you want, where it's like the dual mixing with Bluetooth. But I think the best option, honestly, is the Arctis Nova Pro, which is what I currently use. It has a dock that you can plug multiple devices into. One USB, one is dedicated to Xbox, one is dedicated to USB, and I believe you can do Switch and PlayStation on the USB or PC. But in addition to that, I think you can also do Bluetooth with the Arctis Nova Pro. Let me just double check that. But if you're not gonna do Bluetooth with it and you just want to connect to a PC or something, is it Bluetooth? I need to actually. Can I just look on the headset? Bear with me one moment. I believe it's Bluetooth. I want to say it's Bluetooth. Is it Bluetooth? I don't know if it's Bluetooth off the top of my head. But if it is Bluetooth, the Arctis Nova Pro is probably the best option overall. But if it's not, then the Turtle Beach Stealth Pro is probably your best bet.
All right.
I'll look into that.
Ralph
Yeah,
Wiggle.
people in chat are saying Arctis Nova does have Bluetooth, so.
He says, "Hey, Jez and Rand, hope you're having a great podcast. Spill the beans, Jez. Which brand of canned beans is superior? Have a great weekend, guys."
You know, it's always Heinz, man. It's always
always
Heinz.
Heinz,
Baked
yeah.
beans are the best. But, you know, sometimes I like store branded beans, like Morrison's baked beans. They're pretty good. They're pretty cheap. But I've just checked. Yes, the Arctis Nova Pro does have Bluetooth. I just don't use it that very often, so I forgot. But yeah, so you can mix Bluetooth, PC, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch into the same base dock, which is really nice to have. But the build quality is great, but I think the Turtle Beach probably has it beaten on durability. So if you know, just do some research and then decide. But yeah, Heinz is the best baked beans. Some people say Branston. I think it's which depends on which region you're from, maybe. But Heinz is getting expensive these days, Rand. It's not cheap. Heinz beans, man. When I was a kid in the 90s, you could get a tin of baked beans, and I'm not kidding, for about 15 cents.
Okay.
For real.
15
Now
cents.
they're like £2.
Mm.
Yeah. Now they're like $2 or something. It's
Okay.
crazy, bro.
Chris Parnese
Chris
says, Jez, I'm a Diablo noob and loving 4. Do you recommend blowing through the campaign first or doing all the side missions and dungeons before hitting max level? Blow through the campaign first, because you will hit 50 and you will be stuck at 50 until you beat the campaign and can do the capstone dungeon to get level 3. Absolutely do not do all the side missions and dungeons, because
that's the mistake I'm making.
I'm level like 42 or 43 and I just finished Act 3 and I still got Act 4, 5 and 6 to go and I'm on 43 and I haven't even done a lot of side missions and stuff. It's like I've done enough to maybe get the extra skill point and extra potion in each region that I've been to, but you will hit 50 way before, like you'll just be wasting XP and time doing that. So do the campaign, do some extra stuff to get the extra skill point, and plus they gate you getting the horse. I haven't even gotten the horse yet. So yeah, don't do that. Don't do all the side missions and dungeons. You're just wasting time and XP.
I hit level 50 in the middle of Act 2. So I've really, really messed up my game. And the problem is as well, if you hit level 50 too early, it makes the game boring because you just destroy everything. Like it sucks all the difficulty out of it. So I would blitz the main campaign first, like Rand said.
Yeah. Luke Spook says, all right, gents, going full random. I'm sure you'll get enough serious questions. If you could shoot one condiment from your belly button, what would it be and why? Well, we know Jez is his mayonnaise. We don't even need to... He doesn't even have to say anything. No?
It's actually not mayonnaise.
Okay, what is it?
Can you imagine if you're shooting mayonnaise, what it would look like if you're shooting mayonnaise out of your belly button?
Okay, fair enough.
That's dodgy, man. But mind you, shooting any condiment out of your belly button would be weird.
It would be. It would be incredibly weird. I'd shoot ketchup out of my belly button.
Oh, I know I'd shoot out my belly button.
What?
And this is because, presuming that it comes out clean, when I was in LA, Rand, I had Chick-fil-A for the first time in my life.
Okay.
That Chick-fil-A sauce is one of the most delicious things I've ever tasted. It was just mind-blowing. So I would shoot Chick-fil-A sauce. Because you can't get it in Britain. And I'd be like, everyone would love me because they'd come to me for Chick-fil-A sauce because it's not available anywhere else.
And you just had an endless supply.
I thought about this.
You just had an endless supply.
Yes.
All right. Logan says, hey all, I hope all is well. Is Sarah Bond heir to the Green Throne? Feels like she has been positioned to take over when Phil eventually retires. You spent a lot of time with Sarah at the in LA, right, Jez?
I did. I actually interviewed Sarah for Windows Central, which I'm going to write up next week sometime. She's incredible. She's an absolutely incredible woman. She just radiates passion for Xbox and the brand, and a passion is truly infectious, you know. And I think she'd be a great person to lead the brand. But she's been at Microsoft for 10 years, I think she said, off the top of my head. There might be other people in Microsoft who've earned themselves more political clout because Microsoft's a very political company.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think eventually Sarah will lead the Xbox brand if she doesn't leave for, you know, a higher paying job somewhere else. I do think Sarah will eventually lead the brand.
Yeah, they are definitely putting her more front and center. Like she's on the showcase with Phil. So I know, I mean, they probably have big plans for her future. But I guess we'll find out. I mean, no, I don't know if anybody expected Phil to do this job this long, because you look at like head of Xboxes in the past, or even head of Nintendos or PlayStations, they don't really have that long of a shelf life, right? You know, Seamus Blackley to Ed Freeze to like Jay Allard to Peter Moore to Don Matrick. They all didn't really last very long. And then even on PlayStation side, you know, Ken Kutaragi, Jack Trenton, Sean Layden, Jim Ryan, right? So, it's a tough job. So yeah, I mean, who knows who's going to replace him? It does seem like it might be Sarah. Raj says based on
maybe Phil will just stay there forever.
Maybe. Based on past performance of the studios, which of the first-party games that were featured at the last showcase do you think will most over and underperform the current expectations? Well, I guess that depends on people's expectations, right? Like, if not a lot of people are thinking highly about Avowed, they could easily overperform because they're, a lot of the talking about Avowed is very slanted towards, it's mid or whatever. They could easily be the one that's like overperform the expectations. And clearly, if you want to talk about one that could underperform the expectations, it's probably like Starfield or Fable, considering they're the ones that have the most positive sentiment behind them that could easily, have the most hype, which are usually the games that you might underperform, right?
Yeah.
At least that's what I think.
Managing expectations has historically been one of Xbox's Achilles heels, but it's starting to seem like they're going to actually over-deliver on some of this stuff. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it all plays out.
Yeah. Tommy, he says, good afternoon, fellas. Just joined the Patreon. Well, thank you. I would like to ask about Tropico 7, but I'm sure both of you don't care about that series. That's true. Maybe Jez does, but I don't. So the real
which series?
Tropico 7. Tropico.
I've never played Tropico, but I've heard good things from people who like those kind of games.
Yeah, he says, so the real...
Like a dictator simulator, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that.
He says, so the real question is, why do you think Halo hasn't tried a BR yet? They could easily use the campaign map as the BR map. It was an amazing map, and all I thought of while playing the campaign is how easily it could be used for the BR. I think simple question is, it's because it's not just that easy just to turn something into a battle royale, right? So it needs to feel good, needs to play good, and you need to think of long-term, like, okay, what are we going to do for this mode? How are we going to get people into this mode, keep them engaged for a long period of time? I don't think it's as simple as like, hey, we have a single-player campaign map, turn that into BR, right? So, yeah, that would be my response. It's not that easy. Jez, do you have anything you want to add? Because I just don't think it's that simple.
Is what? Sorry.
Like just being like, hey, let me turn this single player map into BR. Like, he says basically, why haven't they done it yet?
I already queued up an answer to this in my head and then forgot it. But basically, what I was thinking was that I think they probably looked at Battlefield and other games' attempts at Battle Royale and didn't want to launch it and then for it to flop. They're probably of the mindset that maybe there's a finite amount of players who can access Battle Royale, because they probably saw the decline of PUBG, right? See, PUBG's bigger on mobile now, but it's declined quite a lot on console, faced against competition from the publishers like EA and Fortnite, of course, with Apex Legends and Fortnite and stuff like that. And then you've got Call of Duty with Warzone on the end. And what the main difference between those games is, between them and PUBG, is that they had a massive live service in place ready to go. Now, one of the things that Halo Infinite did not have was a live service ready to go. So I think, like with Halo Infinite, it wouldn't be good enough to just be like, okay, here's the Battle Royale. Right, and now what? Because clearly Battle Royales live and die by their live services, as we've seen from PUBG, some of the Ubisoft ones they've attempted, and the Battlefield Battle Royale. I can't even remember what it was called, the Firestorm mode or whatever it was called. All those failed because they didn't have the live service ready to go, kind of like Fortnite, Apex did, and Warzone did. So I think, like, if you are going to do a Battle Royale, you can't launch it half-assed. And I think they're probably just thinking, like, if we launch this, it's going to be half-assed. So, yeah, I suppose we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think, like, they must realize that these high stakes experiences are kind of becoming really popular, where like extraction gameplay, where you can lose something, or battle royale where you get one death and it's over. So they're probably kind of imagining, how can we inject some of that tension that a traditional arena shooter doesn't have without being just another sort of trend chasing game. Because I think I saw someone on Twitter around say trend chasing is becoming increasingly difficult. Like if your development timelines are like 5 years or whatever, you ain't gonna, by the time you've trend chased, the trend will have moved on.
Yeah.
So I think Halo's probably thinking like it's better that we try and innovate instead of trying to make a battle royale or make an extraction, or maybe we do a combination of the two or something like that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. We have Tooper saying, Jez, did you get any update from Xbox leadership on the Game Pass Family Plan release in North America? Also, quick true or false for the group. By the end of the year, this will be the greatest year in video games by a wide margin. I mean, I don't know about like what all time, but I think it'll easily be for this gen, absolutely so far for sure. It'll be I think it's already been an amazing year. But yeah, any Game Pass stuff, Jez? Talks?
Game Pass stuff.
Game Pass Family Plan specifically in North America.
Yeah. That's what. That's from the Patreon thread. One of the questions you guys mostly asked when I was going to go out to LA and try and put some of these questions. That was one of them. Where's the family plan at? And also the other one was, why don't we have our cloud gaming libraries yet on the cloud? Because Microsoft said that was coming. They gave me a no comment on the cloud thing, and I'm still waiting for an answer on the family plan thing. So I haven't heard anything yet, but watch this space, and hopefully I'll have an answer sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Nate Miller says, this question is for Randall Hipster. I was wondering if you could recommend me a nice scarf for my next coffee shop visit. See what you did. Look, you got people believing I'm a real life hipster. Scarf? I don't have a scarf. I don't know.
You live in Chicago. You don't own a scarf. Doesn't that get cold?
The cheapest scarf you can find, I suppose. And you tell me what coffee shop you go to.
You don't have like a cashmere scarf?
No, I don't have any scarves, and I've never been to a coffee shop. I've never sat down in a coffee shop and read a book or whatever.
You've never been to a coffee shop? Maybe I'm more of a hipster.
You're way more of a hipster than me. Trust me.
I own a scarf. I do go in coffee shops.
Mm-hmm.
I even did. Not a lot of people know this, but did you know I did a modeling shoot once?
You did what?
I did a modeling photo shoot once.
You're a model?
Once for Nokia, and part of the photo shoot was in a coffee shop, drinking coffee while working on my Surface with my Windows phone.
Jeez.
So maybe I'm the hipster.
Can we find that picture?
That was so embarrassing. Yeah, I've got it. I'll post it on Patreon. That's where we'll put it. I'll post it on the Discord.
Okay.
No, I'll post it on the Discord. If you guys want to see Jez being a model, come join our Discord. Discord.gg/XB2. I'll post some pictures from my very brief modeling career.
I kind of want to see that. Mikey Rivers. Hey guys, not really a question, but usually around E3 season, I get the gaming funk thing going where I don't want to play with my old toys and I want the shiny new ones, but for the first time ever, I feel like I'm eating so good with Diablo, Street Fighter, and so much more in the coming months that I fear for the time. Love the podcast. Yeah, I mean, normally you don't really get a lot of games that come out in June, but this time you did, so there's new stuff to play, and there's games coming out in July and August. It seems like there's something that constantly coming out, yeah. Omen, do you believe that the Game Pass business model has helped Xbox studios crunch less? For example, release schedules can be more flexible because they don't have pressure to sell games. The subscription numbers just need to stay up, which Microsoft can maintain with third-party Game Pass deals. I think that's more of just a Microsoft kind of philosophy, right? Just no more crunching and stuff, right?
Yeah. I think it's partially their philosophy, but I do think Game Pass is an aspect of that because Phil said in an interview, one of the interviews this week, that he sees Game Pass as a content fund. Like, he can help studios get money using the subscription and help gamers get value using the content, and it's sort of like cyclical, right? So I do think maybe Game Pass does diminish pressure to some degree, but it's also just their philosophy. You know, they don't want to burn out their creatives. And I think, like, I know it's a controversial topic, but I do think artificial intelligence will have a role to play in reducing crunch. Like, instead of getting like your basic textures made by a dev who could be working on something more complicated and potentially more fulfilling, you can get a robot to just make a basic texture for, like, I don't know, a floor tile or something like that. And those kind of more menial tasks. I've seen some people decry that thought process as like, well, how are students gonna get a foot in the door and stuff like that? But, you know, maybe the students just start at a higher level. Maybe it just pushes the quality bar up across the board. I don't know. We'll see how it all plays out, but I do think anti-crunch culture is just part of Microsoft's culture now.
Hey, do you see the Callisto Protocol put out a tweet today? Say, prepare for final transmission, the heart-pounding final chapter of the Callisto Protocol. Play 48 hours early on June 27 exclusively on PlayStation, followed by a wider release on June 29th for all platforms. 2 days exclusivity for DLC. For a game.
I wonder how much they paid for that.
Yeah.
That's a strange one, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Radimus Cisco says, hello, guys. I hope you're doing great. Over the past few weeks, I always forgot to ask something, or I couldn't think of anything, so here's a random question. Is there any specific martial art that you have any preference over others, even if you don't practice it? If not martial arts, then maybe you have a preference in something like swimming, rock climbing, or something from the Olympic Games. My favorite is Taekwondo, probably because my wife practices that, and I like Harang from Tekken. And when I was younger, I thought Kendo looked nice, probably because of the Samurai X Kenshin. Anyway, have a fantastic day and weekend. I mean, my answer to that is, probably no. I haven't really seen enough of any of like the martial arts to say which one would be my favorite, or let alone swimming, rock climbing, or anything like that. I'm sorry, like Jez, you seem to kind of kick up when we talked about the martial arts stuff. Is there something there for you, or do you
I used to be a sports kid when I was younger.
Okay.
You know, I used to play cricket, football, rugby, and I used to do jiu-jitsu. But like but to watch, I quite like MMA to watch, but I don't pursue it that much. Because I don't have TV in my room and it's on cable and I can't figure out, you know, what streaming service to find it on or whatever. But it's like one of the reasons I'm overweight is because I was a prop forward in rugby, which is like, I don't know what the American football equivalent would be, but you know, it's the guy like in the middle fighting over the ball basically. So like I had like a high carb, high protein diet, and then this is like during my early teens and stuff, like and pre-teens and stuff. And one Sunday it was the sort of period where you're about 13, 14 and everyone's sort of hitting puberty at a different speed, right? So like we were playing against this team with this kid who was puberty had hit him like a fucking train, right? This dude was like bigger than everyone else, and he had like adult muscles, and he injured me so fucking badly. I was just like, fuck this, I'm out. I'm done with sport. He injured me so badly. Like I to this day, I've still got like knee problems and back problems from playing rugby as a kid. So but I ditched exercise, but I kept the diet. So like I gained loads of weight really quickly. But yeah, I do miss it though. I do miss it. I do wonder what my life would have been like if I'd stuck with rugby. I used to play for my town, and we were fucking good. We were a good team.
I would probably no Xbox 2 podcast, that's for sure.
Yeah,
You be playing rugby. Sean says, Heinz Bean sponsor when? Yeah, you should go be like, look, man, we need a sponsorship. We need to talk about them beans on the Xbox 2, you know? We have let's see here. We have it's quite small but smells like a big one. Starfield is going to be huge, and I don't mean in terms of mindshare. I believe Microsoft created the 1 terabyte SKU Series S because the current S capacity would be dwarfed by its install size. Also, Rand, have you read Between Two Fires? Medieval horror story set during the Black Plague. I have not. I've actually heard of it, but I have not read it. I have it saved on my my to read list on Amazon. I mean, yeah, the Series S is coming out September 1st, and I think they expect a lot of people to jump into the Xbox ecosystem for Starfield, especially if it reviews well. So, you know, you could be onto something there. Chiefman says, why is Ubisoft wasting Mario money on the Rabbids? What if they did a Sam Fisher Luigi's Mansion game instead? Would you play, Rand? I mean, sure, I'd play that. A Sam Fisher Luigi's Mansion game? Yeah, I'd play that. Asian Cognito says, any update on the Series 3 Elite? I've been through 6 Series 2 controllers. It's gotten to the point I just buy a new one and return the broken one as the new one. I mean, not that I know of. You have any idea on the Series 3 at some point, Jez? Next year after, maybe? Next
Series
gen?
3 Elite. I got no information on that, I'm afraid. No information. Microsoft's good at keeping their secrets lately, so
Yeah, they're pretty good at that.
we'll just have to wait and see.
SJ Dub says, good day, gents. I really enjoyed the showcase and thought it was the best one in a long time for Xbox. It's good seeing them make deals with third-party companies for exclusives. Any ideas or predictions on what game People Can Fly is going to make for Xbox, existing or new IP? Well, Jez, while we were talking about that during the show, someone sent me a ChatGPT answer about the cost of game development in Poland versus everywhere else. And this is what ChatGPT said. As of 2021, a game developer in San Francisco might expect a salary between $80,000 to over $120,000 annually, depending on their experience and the complexity of their role. In contrast, game developers in Poland might expect a salary roughly equivalent to $20,000 to $50,000 US. And the person said, so that $50 million price tag might actually be borderline AAA, considering the cost savings of developing it in Poland. What do you think? That's what ChatGPT said.
I was surprised because I did go to Poland. A couple of days before I flew out to LA, I was in Poland at CD Projekt Red's headquarters, which was absolutely incredible experience. And I was shocked at how far my British pounds went in Poland. The trip from the airport to the hotel is roughly about the same amount of miles as my trip from the airport to to my house in England. And that trip in England costs about $35 to $40. In Poland, it costs like $15. So, yeah, maybe. But it's hard to tell. Maybe it is close to a AAA budget in Poland. But we'll have to wait and see.
Maybe it's. I mean, I would like to think it's a brand new game, something new, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
That would be the most exciting thing. I know it's like, hey, they did Gears Judgment. Maybe you can have them make a side Gears game, so when Gears 6 comes out, and then it takes them forever to do whatever they decide to do for Gears 7 if they do one, you can have another Gears sort of experience out 3 years later instead of having to wait. But personally, I would like them to just make something brand new, because I enjoyed Outriders for what it was. So I'd be, make something brand new. That's what I would say. And Parker Griffith says, hey guys, I'm so stoked for the shipbuilding in Starfield. I'm going to base my build off the Prometheus from the movie Prometheus and use it as a cargo runner. What ship style are you guys going to build? I'm not creative like that, so I am not going. I'll probably wait and see if any people come up with some cool like ship builds. maybe like the ship from Interstellar or something. But I mean, I barely create my characters in games like Street Fighter 6. I'm barely going to create one in Starfield. So I doubt I'm going to be spending much time in a shipbuilding mode. You know what I mean?
Man, you are so bad at RPGs.
Yeah, I know.
You've got to role play
know.
your character, man. You've got to believe
I
that
don't.
you are
But
the character.
in Mass Effect, I just picked a default character. I was like, you know,
What?
because he looked the best. Any character in Mass Effect that wasn't the main character just looked weird.
Rip. Well, I've already planned this out. I'm gonna make the mining ship Red Dwarf as my ship
All right.
from the very popular British sitcom Red Dwarf. It's a big red ship that eats asteroids. I'm hoping we can do space mining, asteroid mining. I don't know if they've shown that, but that's my hope. That's where I will be. Dude, Rand, I think I might have deleted my modeling pictures. I cannot find them.
Oh, you can't find it, huh?
I might have deleted. Oh no, I just found them. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. You found
I thought
it.
I deleted them in shame. Yeah. So okay. So I'm gonna post this on the Xbox 2 Discord now.
All right.
Oh, actually, this is really cringe.
Maybe you
really
shouldn't.
embarrassing.
Maybe you shouldn't. You shouldn't post it. You should just
We'll do it.
keep it.
We'll do it anyway.
Yeah. So that's all the Patreon questions. Thank you guys so much for dropping down your what you want us to answer. We will be back on Tuesday with Paris Lily for Xbox 2+1. That should be a lot of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed the two Xbox 2 episodes this week. One on Tuesday, one today. And I got to give a big shout out and thank you to the incredible panel we had, the guests, Miles Dompier, Code Eastwood, Lord Cognito. They made the show incredibly fun. And it's always a pleasure to get to talk to them about everything. Links are in the description. Make sure you go over there, give them a follow, tweet at them, on Twitter about how much you enjoyed them on the Xbox 2. But we're at the end of the show. We're like almost 4 hours and 15 minutes. It's a long one. We had a lot to talk about because Xbox actually did something really good, with the showcase and how people feel about it. So, yeah. We will see you on Tuesday with Paris, and then on Friday for the regular Xbox 2. Or if you want more of Jez, you can see him tomorrow on Xbox Era with Special Nick.
And I'm also going to stream on my YouTube channel tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to stream Diablo Hardcore.
All right.
So you can join for the rage.
All right.
So we stream with Jen.
So, yeah, we will see you guys soon. Thank you guys so much for being here. Keep it gaming, guys. Later.
Take care, everybody.